distance to,
So alienation, okay, let's look at it that way. Alienation means a distance. So you're distancing yourself from the property. What does that matter when we're talking about mortgages? If you're distancing yourself from the property,
you're signing.
That means, how do you distance yourself from a property? With
You sell it?
you sell it or give it away. So we're talking about mortgages here. So an alienation clause, what does that do, do you figure, when you sell it? What does that mean pertaining to mortgages?
No one else will take it.
We're just trying to do the thought process. I'm trying to walk you through your thought process here. So if you have a mortgage loan and you sell the property, what does that do for the mortgage loan?
Someone else will take it.
Can someone else just take it over?
No, they have to buy it.
So if they're buying your house, what happens to the mortgage?
It's transferred to another person.
That would be no, that would be called an assumed mortgage. The purpose of the alienation clause is actually to make sure that someone else cannot take it over, particularly at a lower interest rate. So the alienation clause, also known as the due on sale clause in the note, says that if you transfer the ownership of the property, the loan needs to be paid in full. That's what the alienation clause says. You need to know alienation clause is also known as due on sale clause, and what's its purpose? To prevent some future, some other buyer or owner from just taking over the loan. All right. We said that the acceleration clause is the first step in foreclosure. What happens even before that? Before they start foreclosure?
List
pendants.
They file list pendants in the public record. The lender files a list pendants in the public record. What's a list pendants?
It makes the public aware that the house is available.
There may be judgment. There may be court case judgment.
So what's the definition of a list pendants?
Future court case, it will be taken to court.
The public notice, that's all it
Yes.
is, of possible future legal action against the property. Okay, so it's just a public notice. That's all a list pendants is. It's a public notice of possible future legal action, and that legal action would be foreclosure if you're behind on your mortgage payments, right? And what's the clause in the mortgage that says that when the lender pays off the loan, the borrower has no further claim on the property? When you paid off that loan, what did you do to it?
Satisfied it.
That's right. Yeah.
Three more.
Another word for it. Let's say, aren't you fighting with that loan to pay that thing off? When you finally won that fight, what did you do? You defeated it.
Yes, deficiency clause.
So you got a defeasance clause. Correct. All right. So the defeasance clause assists the lender, states that the lender has no further claim on the property once the borrower has paid off the debt. And there's two parts of a mortgage, the mortgage and a note. Which one's the financing instrument?
Financing instrument is a note.
No, because we know that a mortgage is a promise to pay. So that would be, what's the promise that you're making?
That they will take your property as a collateral.
Okay, so you're pledging property as what?
Collateral.
Another word for collateral.
Secured.
Security. So it's a
Security.
security instrument. Right?
Security instrument.
You guys see how I'm trying to walk you through the answer to get to it? I'm trying to walk you through the thought process of how to get to these answers. Okay. Who works as a general agent?
Property managers.
And can they do something that special agents cannot?
They can
Yes.
bind the people.
Legally
No.
bind for a contract, correct.
Contract.
And a type of lease that has a fixed, it's for a fixed term, it has an end date in it.
Life
For
estate
years.
for years.
An estate for years. An estate
Yes.
for years. It has a fixed date. And what's a type of leasehold that it's for an indefinite period of time?
Lease,
Tenancy at
estate
will.
lease at will.
Tenancy at will. And what is the
Yeah.
for a tenancy at will? How long is the? Let me see. How much notice do you need to give to terminate a tenancy at will?
3 months.
2 months.
3 months notice. All right. And how much notice is needed to terminate an estate for years?
None.
Done.
Why?
None.
It has a date already, a beginning and ending.
Correct. It has
And
to
the
have a
end date.
date in there already. If you finish before then, what is that?
Breach,
If you terminate it before the end date, what happened?
breach of contract?
Yeah, you breached the contract. Correct. Okay. So if you have a contract and you terminate it early, you're in breach, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys know this. Just think out the process. Don't be afraid to answer. You know, worst that happens, you get it wrong. Own it, right? And a type of lease that automatically renews for the same amount of time that the lease was originally written for.
Periodic.
Estate.
Periodic estate, from period to period. How much notice is needed to terminate it if it's for a period of years?
1 year.
1
I
year.
mean, 3 months.
1 year. 1 year.
3 months.
3 months. 3 months notice.
Oh, that's right.
Second, gotta do my housekeeping, put my phone on silent. Okay, and an action taken by the tenant to terminate the lease early due to uninhabitable conditions,
Constructive eviction.
constructive eviction. There you go. And a type of lease where a tenant would erect a building on the land.
Land lease.
Ground lease.
Ground lease.
So what's a land lease?
A land lease.
Is the subsurface or
Mineral lease, almost the same.
See, that's the thing. These ones sound kind of confusing when I throw that one up against you. Ground lease, land lease. Land lease really has, what is it?
Mineral.
Is
Now-
land lease where you like what's called, you don't turn over the deed until you pay off the different installments?
Yes, that's correct. And so therefore, how would you explain what the land lease is then?
Is it like seller financing?
That's it. It's a type of seller financing, also known as
Yes.
an installment sales contract, because you're making payments in installments and waiting for the deed. Okay. And do you have even though you're not the owner until you pay off that loan, do you have a financial interest in the property?
Yes.
What do we call that financial interest?
Equity.
Equitable title?
Equitable title. Correct.
Damn,
All right.
I gotta be careful.
How much notice is needed to evict a tenant due to non-payment of rent?
You don't have to.
None.
No.
A type of lease where the tenant shares in their profits with the landlord.
Percentage lease.
Percentage lease. A type of lease where the tenant pays the rent and all the property expenses.
Net lease.
A net or triple net lease would be correct.
Yes.
And who cannot be evicted from a condominium conversion?
62 and older, or certain disabled people. And
who have lived for 2 years.
2000.
If they
Well,
live
lived
for at
just
least
for
2
2
years
years.
and their income.
Income is less than $50,000, or
And
the
if
gross.
they meet all these requirements, how long can they remain as tenants?
40 years.
40 years.
40 years. How about the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act? It requires all buildings to be handicap accessible, right?
Right.
Now, for what kinds of properties?
1 to 4 family or single families.
Mm-mm.
Commercial.
The commercial properties. The Americans with Disabilities Act addresses commercial properties. And it's easy to make sure that all new construction is up to code because they could just make it that way when they build it. But what does the ADA say about existing structures making them handicap accessible?
Reasonable.
Achievable accommodations. Okay.
Yes.
And who do landlords need to give the truth in renting booklets to? What tenants?
Every tenant.
Every tenant.
Anyone who's getting approved for a mortgage.
The truth in renting booklets dealing with renters. Okay, so they need to give the truth in renting booklet that explains them what their rights and obligations are and other assistance, such like that. The truth in renting booklet has to be given to tenants in buildings that require the green card inspection.
3 or more units.
What kind of buildings are those?
3 or more.
Three,
3 or more
three,
units, not counting the unit that the owner lives in, right?
yeah.
And how often does a green card inspection need to get done?
Once every 5 years.
At least once every 5 years. And who has to be given at least a 5-day grace period free of late fees and penalties when renting?
Government jobs?
All the pensions which are given by government and the railway
So those who are collecting Social Security or any other governmental pension. And that also includes the old age railroad retirement workers, right? And what's the maximum security deposit that you could collect for a residential lease?
1.5.
1.5 months.
1.5 times, okay? And what do you need to give that tenant at the end of the lease term?
The interest on their deposit.
No, that gets paid annually.
Oh.
What's the penalty if you don't pay it annually?
Double the amount.
It's double.
Double the entire security amount. So with the at the end of the lease term, what do you got to give the tenant? Think about this for a second.
Their security deposit back.
You got to give the security deposit back. Do you got to give it all back?
Yes.
Yes.
And if everything is.
And interest included on it.
There's no damages.
If there's no damages, okay, so you can deduct for damages, can't you?
Yes.
All right, now if you deduct for damages, what else do you need to give to the tenant?
A detailed receipt.
You got itemization.
Yeah, you got to give them an itemized list of all the deductions. Correct. All right. When are window guards required?
6 feet above ground
What?
on the first floor or when requested.
All right, when the first floor windowsill is at least 6 feet above grade, and the tenant requests it, and
Kids under 10 years old.
They live there or they.
you got kids living there or will be there presently at a regular time that are under 10 years of age, and
Also in common area like hallways.
okay, so oh wait, you already said the landlord has the tenant has to request it, right? So who pays for them?
The landlord.
The landlord. Okay. Yeah, I realize I'm not visible right now. I don't want you guys to see me while I'm eating. Okay, it's kind of rude. So I see somebody put in there. They can't see me. It's not you. It's me. Okay. So let's see. What is the highest estate in land?
The higher what?
The highest estate in land.
Fees
Simple.
This whole
Simple. So
simple
what's the lowest
fee.
estate?
G is the one that deals with sufferance.
Tenancy at sufferance. Correct. And what needs to be the words on the top of the first page of any contract prepared by licensees?
This is a
This is a
legally
legally binding contract.
This is a legally binding contract, correct? And how long is the attorney review period typically?
3 days, but it could be extended to 5.
Correct, whatever the parties agree on there. What needs to be in all the contracts prepared by licensees?
Opinion 26.
In the contract.
Oh. The name.
Disclosure of agency relationships, just like the Opinion 26, but the Opinion 26 is a different document. In the actual contracts, we have to have a disclosure of agency relationships listed in them.
Disclosure of agency relationships.
So the Opinion 26, what's that, since you brought it up?
It's advising you could get a lawyer,
Okay,
and that you
so-
should get a lawyer.
Correct. It advises you that you can you have the right to hire a lawyer, and that needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees. What kind of properties can licensees prepare contracts for?
Yeah.
Single, multifamily homes.
Only
Residential property.
1 to 4.
1 to 4 families and
Single family lots.
single residential lots.
Um,
Single residential buildable lots, correct. And a lawsuit to force somebody to carry out the terms of the contract as they had agreed to in the contract.
The P.
Laws.
No, partition?
No?
Partition is a resort.
The word partition means it's like a separation, right? So partition is dealing with when you are a co-owner with somebody and you want to force them to sell. Okay. So it's a lawsuit where one party tries to sue another, forcing them to carry out the terms that they agreed to.
Is it a judgment?
You're basically asking them to, let's think some legalese language. You're asking them to perform. So what do we call that suit?
A specific performance suit.
Correct. Specific performance. All right. An amount of money agreed to in advance to serve as compensation if one of the parties breaches the contract.
Liquidated damages?
Sure is. Liquidated
Yeah.
damages. And the law that requires that all real estate contracts for sale be in writing. Statute of frauds. Statute of frauds. Okay, what's the law that says that written contracts take precedence over verbal agreements or promises?
Parole evidence rule.
That would be the parole evidence rule. And what are the 4 essential elements of any valid contract?
Meeting of the minds, competent parties.
Well, we got competent parties.
Offer.
Meeting of the minds would be offer and acceptance. And what else?
Consideration.
Consideration. It got to be something. Exchange of something of value.
And legality.
Legality of the
love
object
and
or purpose.
affection.
And legality of the object or purpose. So, competent parties offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. And a contract that states all the terms, nothing's left to interpretation.
Express.
It's an express contract. What about a contract that's done by force?
By force.
Yep.
Personal contract.
Duress.
Duress. No, wait now. Is duress a contract?
Well, when it's done by force, duress means that you're forcing them. I said, what do we call a contract? It's done by force. You're forcing somebody to do something, duress. So if you're signing a contract under duress, is that contract legally
No.
enforceable? No, it's not.
No.
Okay. What about a strict deadline in the contract? What do we call that?
Time of the essence.
Essence.
Mm-hmm. Time is of the essence. Okay. Contract where both parties have an obligation to do something.
Bilateral.
Uh-huh. And a contract where somebody has an option to act or not. Who can prepare those?
Who can prepare that? Optional. Only
Attorney.
Lawyers.
Yep. Attorney.
Lawyers.
Lawyers. Yep. Mm-hmm. And what do we call a contract with a minor?
Voidable.
It's a voidable contract. And a type of listing that we get paid no matter who brings the buyer.
Exclusive agency.
Exclusive sellers listing, I believe.
Right.
Exclusive right to sell.
Exclusive right to sell.
Yeah.
Exclusive right to sell. Exclusive agency is when we get paid a commission when we bring the buyer, an outside agency brings the buyer, but the seller reserves the right to sell on their own without paying us a commission if they find the buyer. And a type of listing that it's open to
Open ended listing.
where they can list with any number of agents. Owner can list with any number of agents all acting as their agent. Any brokers all acting as their agent. That would be the open listing. So open listing have an end date in it?
No.
Why?
Because the seller doesn't have a specific agency. So
Correct. So they're not tied down to one specific agency, so they could list with as many as they want. So they are not tied down, so therefore it doesn't have to have an expiration date on it. All right. All right. Let's we got most of the gang here now, so let's get started. Page 190, 195, 196, 196, 197. 196, 197. The book.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Look at this. All right. Sorry, I was just reading an email. PSI just came out with a new book. All right. Airborne. All right. So let's see. We have the slideshow in front of us right now. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yep.
What is a conventional loan?
30-year fix.
There's nothing to do with the term.
A loan between the borrower and the lender with no third party involvement?
Correct. Because what do I mean by no third party involvement or influence? They don't have to follow anybody else's lending guidelines. They make the final decision on whether they're going to loan the money or not. So let me ask you a question. What is a point?
1% of the loan.
Okay, so that's the math of it. It's 1% of the loan amount. So define what a point is.
It's like a discount, like on your mortgage, or
Prepaid taxes?
Not prepaid taxes,
Interest.
prepaid interest on the loan. And who can deduct that from their taxes?
The borrower.
The borrower in the year that it's paid. So there we go. Here's that slide. It was just up there. So a point is prepaid interest on a loan. Each point's 1% of the loan amount. It's tax deductible by the borrower in the year that it is paid. And when is a loan application considered complete?
It's alien.
Well,
When the aliens have landed. When the aliens have landed. And so aliens, what does that stand for? It means when the borrowers provided all this information of aliens, that's when a loan application is considered complete. So what is aliens?
Address,
They provide the address of the property,
loan amount,
the loan amount requested,
income of all the borrowers,
income of all the borrowers,
estimated value of the property,
estimated value of the property,
names of all the borrowers,
names of all the borrowers,
social security numbers.
and their social security numbers. Boom. Aliens. All right. And under the new TRID guidelines, the TRID guidelines require that it be disclosed to all potential borrowers an estimate of all the loan costs. What do we call that document?
Loan estimate?
The LE, the loan estimate. And what document does the LE replace, the loan estimate?
Good faith
The
estimate?
good faith estimate. And when does the LE need to be given to the borrower?
3 days before, 3 days something before or after the alien.
Within 3 days after aliens, their completed loan application, right?
Mhm.
All right. And how much time has to be between the time they give the LE and the closing?
7 days.
7 days. All right. Now, the LE we're going to get into has to be given 3 days after the completed loan application, at least 7 days before closing. I mean, if it's 3 days from the loan application, I mean, that's way earlier in the transaction process, right? So why do they talk about 7 days before closing? It's going to be way more than 7 days, isn't it? Well, because that loan estimate has to be reissued in certain circumstances. The loan estimate has to be reissued in certain circumstances. We're going to go over them right after we finish this little bit more of an extended review here. So what do we call the document at the end of the transaction that states all of the actual costs involved in the loan?
Closing disclosure?
The CD, the closing disclosure. And what document does that replace?
The HUD.
The HUD-1. The HUD-1, correct. All right. There you go. And the Your Home Loan Toolkit, forgot to ask you about this one. When does that need to be given to the borrower?
3 days after the signature of the loan.
Correct. The Your Home Loan Toolkit has to be given within 3 days after completed loan application as well. Do we have a previous slide for this? Yes, lenders to provide within 3 days of a completed loan application or aliens. All right. That's Your Home Loan Toolkit, Your Home Loan Toolkit, and Your Home Loan Toolkit. Okay, so what is a conventional loan?
Conventional loan is a regular loan from a portfolio lender with
Yes.
no government.
You do get them from portfolio lenders, but what is a conventional loan?
A loan between the borrower and the lender, no third-party involvement.
Yes, it is, correct. Okay. So they have more flexibility in who they give the loan to, right? So therefore there's no third party involvement or influence there because they're planning on keeping those loans within their own investment portfolio. So they don't care what any other third party has to say. Now, let's start off here. Conventional loans directly between the lender and borrower. There's no influence from outside sources. There's other types of loans available as well. We have loans. I'm just giving it. We're going to go over just a couple more things before we actually go over the math in this chapter here. Let your minds wake up just a little bit before we get into that. So we got the government-backed loans. We're on page 198. Actually, at the bottom of the page 197, but that's okay. We can turn to page 198. Okay, so we got a lot of different kinds of government-backed loans. Government-backed loans include those by the FHA and the VA. Now, FHA and VA, neither, let me see. So let's just go over the list of the types of loans before we get into them. Okay, so yeah, that's actually on the bottom of page 197. They just talk about, well, you got the conventional loans. They're directly between the lender and the borrower with no influence from outside sources. We have government-backed loans, which would include both the FHA and the VA. These loans require a purchase contract to contain a special amendatory clause. And what's the purpose of that special amendatory clause? It states that special mandatory clause states that if the property appraises below the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Okay? This would have to be, by law, has to be added when the financing used to purchase the property is coming from an FHA or VA loan. It requires a special mandatory clause to be added into the contract, so the seller can't deny it. If they're accepting the financing, they have to allow this clause to be added into the contract. So the FHA is the Federal Housing Administration. They insure loans. And then we have the VA, the Department of Veterans Affairs. They guarantee loans. Neither one of them lends money, though.
No.
We'll be getting into each one of those to learn why. Now, so we'll learn about the difference between insuring a loan and guaranteeing it. And then loans directly from the government and also include the NJHMFA. That's the New Jersey Mortgage, Housing, and Finance Agency. We're going to be going over that. And then we have the Rec D. The Rec D is the former Farmer Home Loan Administration. They're now called the Rural Economic Community Development. All right. So we turn the page to 198, and then we have conventional loans. We went over some of these things yesterday, but just to recap, I guess. They're loans directly between the borrower and the lender with no third-party involvement or influence. And you get them from portfolio lenders. So what's a portfolio lender? A lender that plans on keeping that loan within their own, they're not planning on reselling that loan to an investor. So they have more flexibility when they give these loans. Would you like me to give you a list of a couple of portfolio lenders?
Sure.
I'm gonna make a slide for you, and I'm gonna just give you a short list of a couple of portfolio lenders. Okay. Let's see, list of a few local portfolio lenders. Okay. Now these are not people that you take your clients who can't get a loan anywhere because they got bad credit to. Okay. Portfolio lenders do not lend for that reason. They just have more flexibility, but they're not going to risk their money on risky loans. So it has to be a solid investment still for them. Okay. Just so that you're aware and don't waste your time or your client's time with that. So here's some local lenders. We have RSI, that's Rahway Savings Institute. They lend their own money. They're a portfolio lender. You have Amboy Savings Bank. Just giving you a list of just a few local portfolio lenders, okay? Here's another one. PPAC Gladstone. So this is PPAC Gladstone Bank. PPAC Gladstone, anybody ever hear that? That's a town in New Jersey.
No.
Pretty nice town. But they have their own, they have a bank too. But I believe they have a bank in Piscataway too, if I'm not mistaken, unless they moved it. But they have several locations. We have Provident Bank. All right. I guess I don't have to put the word bank at the end of each one of these, right? Then let's see, we have Unity. Yeah, you guys ever hear of Unity Bank?
Yeah.
Columbia Bank. And then here's one that they are also a portfolio lender, but they usually don't lend to like people. They usually don't lend their own money for the purchase of small houses and things like that. Usually the time that when they act as a portfolio lender is usually only for larger transactions. Here's another portfolio lender. Santander Bank. Santander. I don't know if, to me, that sounded like an Indian name, like it was an Indian bank. It's actually a Spanish bank.
Pronounced Santander.
Oh, Santander. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
somebody like corrected me like that. Now I just have to like, I was like Santander, like, no, it's Sant. I'm like, okay, relax.
Santander. There. Okay. So these are just a couple. Okay. So let me give you a little tip on how to find if, so what is a portfolio lender? Somebody who lends their own money, right? So they have more flexibility. So how could you spot, I'm going to give you guys a tip on how you could spot right away, if a lender is a portfolio lender or not. Other than trying to ask the mortgage reps, because you know what, when I got started, I tried asking a lot of mortgage reps if they lend their own money, if they're portfolio lenders, and every single one of them told me yes, but every single one of them was not a portfolio lender. But every one of them was not a portfolio lender. So how do you find out if they are? Well, you guys ever drive by construction sites?
Yeah.
And you see they have maybe a large banner, construction sites that have large banners saying this project is funded by bum, bum, bum. Guess what? They're a portfolio lender. That means they're lending their own money. They're telling you in a giant billboard. This project is funded by, they're telling you this is a portfolio lender. We are lending our own money. All right. Pretty straightforward, huh?
Yep.
Takes a little rocket science to figure that one out, but that's all right. We may not be thinking that way as we're driving around. You see the sign, I wonder if they lend their own money. Well, read the sign. Who's it funded by? Right? And that's their funding. Because why do I even say that? Because most lenders lend their own money?
No, sometimes.
Don't they lend their own money or their depositors' own money?
They're depositors.
You get a lot of lenders where lending works like this. They do lend their depositors money. That's where they initially get the money to lend. However, they do it with the intent on reselling those loans. And this is the way that lending works. I wasn't planning on it, but here's not a bad way of talking about it, how lending works in a nutshell. That wouldn't be a bad slide to have. I thought I was done with all the slides. How lending works in a nutshell. All right, it basically means, here's the quick short version. So the bank lends their depositors money, right? And what, don't they need to pay that money back? Yes. So not all lenders, actually most lenders are not, most lenders are not portfolio. So they need to get that money back ASAP, right? So that they can lend it again. And so usually your local bank will write a loan with the intent of reselling it, okay? So banks lend their depositors money with the intent of reselling it to get it back right away, right? So most lenders are not portfolio lenders. They need to get that money back ASAP. And who's going to buy those loans from them? They resell the loans. Well, they resell the loans shortly after, we call it origination. Origination is the process of creating the loan, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It was originated. Okay. Just want to make sure that you guys are understanding the lingo as I mention it. So they resell the loans shortly after originating them, or origination. And I'll say after originating them. To investors. All right. Now, loans are originated in what is called the primary market. Primary market or primary mortgage market, okay? So loans are originated in the primary market. So who creates loans? Who do we get loans from in the primary market?
Regular banks like Bank of America.
Well, we get them from banks.
Yes.
Who else? Who else do we go to get a loan from?
Broker?
Mortgage brokers.
Credit union.
And credit unions. These so mortgage bankers, let's see, mortgage bankers, which that's basically the banks. Mortgage brokers, which they don't necessarily work for a bank. They go out and they get loans from banks, various banks, not just one bank. A mortgage banker will work with one bank. That's the bank that they work for. Mortgage brokers, they could originate loans through many different banks that they work with. They call that corresponding lending. And then they could also get loans from investors, from other resources as well. So mortgage brokers have a wider, more places where they could get the loans from. If a mortgage banker can't give you the loan through their bank, then they can't get you the loan, right? And then we have credit unions, right? You know what a credit union is? It's a nonprofit bank. That's it. All right, so these loans are originated in the primary market. Then where are they sold?
invest, so to
Well, if you got a primary
investment
market,
banks.
wait, hold on a second. Think of it this way. If you have a primary market, there's got to be a
Secondary.
in the secondary market. Yeah, wow. You know, so loans are resold in what is deemed the secondary market. Okay, don't overthink this stuff. Some of it is that simple stupid, you know. So don't try to overthink it. You can actually, if you just go with it, you guys can figure this stuff out just using your common sense, you know. And we'd never even learned about this yet, right? We're getting introduced to it right now. And I asked you, and if there's a primary market, then there's got to be a secondary market. So loans are resold in the secondary market after they've been originated. In the primary market. Right. We're going to be learning about Fannie Mae. A company called Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser
of
loans in the secondary market.
What's about Freddie Mac?
Freddie Mac actually buys, they also buy loans, but they buy them from portfolio lenders.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Didn't I tell you that portfolio lenders, though, they write loans with the intent of not reselling them?
Yes.
So we're going to, is this, some of this stuff is stuff that is in the next, is from the next chapter that we're going over right now, actually. That's right. I can copy this slide over into the next chapter's thing. So the Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market. And you asked me about Freddie Mac. Okay, so Freddie Mac is, they purchase portfolio loans. In the secondary market. Now, because those loans, those portfolio loans were originated not abiding by any other third-party lender guidelines, because the primary lender just used their own best judgment on whether to give the loan or not. Each one of these loans has to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, whether they're going, if they're risky or not. For Freddie Mac to purchase. Okay, we're also going to be learning that on the secondary market, there is also another person that buys loans, or another investment group that buys loans, and that would be Ginnie Mae. Ginnie Mae is.
That sounds like Fannie Mae's ugly cousin.
You know what? You just stole my thoughts. Have you heard this class before? That's Fannie. No. That's Fannie Mae's. That's Fannie Mae's ugly stepsister. That's the way I'm going to word it. Why do I say that? It's her ugly stepsister. Well, because she purchases ugly loans. Or I'm going to say risky loans. Now, I'm going to tell you, with greater risk comes greater reward, right? So that's why an investor would invest in Ginnie Mae. They're gambling a little bit. Sure, these are riskier loans, but riskier loans would be people maybe with lower credit scores, or they're not putting as much money down, things that would make it's risk-based lending. So these loans are a little bit more riskier. However, these investors get a pass-through as the money gets paid back from the borrowers. They get some of their profit back right away, all right? And they tend to, if you're gonna lend to people like this, can you charge a higher interest rate?
Yes.
So there's your greater reward, right? That's how that works. I want to get bigger in size here. There we go. Perfecto. All right, so this slide I'm gonna have to copy over to the next chapter. Into the next chapter. I'm gonna move this right now all the way to the end. That lending works. Come on. All the way to the end. All right, so next slide, we have the list of local portfolio lenders for you. And then PMI insurance, private mortgage insurance. It insures any amount less than 20% that the borrower paid when purchasing, right? So if equity reaches 20%, PMI can be dropped at the borrower's request, and lenders must drop PMI when equity is greater than 22%. So it is not life insurance, and it does not insure the entire loan. We went over this yesterday as well. Do you have, and you guys had that stuff highlighted on page 198 as well, right?
Yes.
Sure you do. So the next step was FHA loans. So at the top right of the page 198, we're going to highlight FHA loans refer to loans that are not made by the agency but insured by it.
Oh, God.
So FHA does not lend money. So what do? FHA insures loans, insuring lenders against loss. So the FHA is the Federal Housing Administration. They basically try to convince the local lender, hey, if this borrower that comes to you says that they want an FHA loan, as long as the borrower and the property that they're looking to acquire meets our lending guidelines that we have written out here for the lender, lend them your money. And if they default, don't worry about it. We will insure you against loss. So it's basically the government saying to the bank, you know what? We know that these are not the usual lending requirements. You usually have more stringent lending requirements to lend to people. However, if you follow our lending guidelines and types of properties, and the borrower meets these lending guidelines, lend them your money, and we will ensure you that if they default on that loan, we will make you whole. This is insurance for the bank. So the government's incentivizing the bank to lend money to people who would not otherwise qualify for a loan.
How do they get paid, Victor?
Sorry?
How does the government get paid through that? Like, how do they see the return?
Well, government's not looking to make money off of you. They're just trying to make housing more affordable for more people to be able to get into housing. Because after all, is that not the American dream?
Yeah.
Right? So loans, these FHA loans are loans for purchase of owner-occupied 1 to 4 family homes. Okay? These are not for investors. FHA loans are for owner-occupants. And it doesn't just need to be a 1 family, it could be 1 to 4 family. And these are not just for first-time home buyers. You can reuse this loan as often as you like. However, because it has this requirement that it's owner-occupied, can you have more than 1 FHA loan outstanding at a time?
No.
No. You can only live in 1 house at a time.
Hey, Victor,
Yeah.
I got a question for you. So what if I got an FHA loan on my house, but like 5 years later, my wife wants to buy a house and under FHA, under her name?
Are you going to be living with her?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Well, I don't know. It sounded like, you know, what if my wife wants to buy a house on her own? You know, so I don't know. She was
No, I'm just
leaving
saying.
or something. You know.
No. I'm just saying so that we could both have like a FHA property.
No.
Okay.
First of all, if you are married, the lender is going to want both spouses on the loan. You got no choice in that matter. You can't get your spouse because she's got a better credit score and your credit's kind of in the dumper. We can't put it like, can we just like leave me off of the loan and just put my wife on there because her credit score is great and mine kind of sucks?
Right.
No, because the lender wants to qualify you both. Why? Because the two of you together are a unit. When you get married, you are together. Don't you support your wife? Doesn't your wife support you? So if you've got, I don't know, if you're a careless person and you spend money like it's going out of style, you both have access to the same resources. So one is going to eventually drag the other down. So the bank wants to consider that risk as well. So like it or not, the spouse has to be included in the qualifying of the loan.
Got it. Yeah, I was only thinking from an investment perspective, but okay.
If you want to do this before you get married, you could have your wife get the loan to buy the house, and then you get the house, and then you get married, and now you got the house together.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
Or you both had an FHA house before you got married. You know?
Right.
But you could only have one outstanding FHA loan. Each person or couple, they get assigned a FHA case number. It's to the person, to the individual. So they know if you have more than one, well, you're not going to have more than one, but they're going to know. Now, how are they going to know? How do they track an individual's finances?
IRS.
Well, how would the IRS track it?
Bank?
Thanks.
Come on. Common sense here. Forget about real estate for a second. I mean,
Oh, yeah,
Social Security taxes.
your social security number. That's individual. It's unique to you. So they track it. I mean, don't banks, when you get a loan, don't they want your social security number?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they track it by your social security number. All right. All right. So loans for the purchase of owner-occupied 1 to 4 family homes. FHA has a lot of different lending programs, but the FHA 203B is the most popular loan from the FHA. It's typically it's a fixed rate loan, and it has low. So why get an FHA loan instead of a conventional loan? Well, it has a low down payment requirement. Okay, so it has a low minimum. Here, I'm going to change this a little bit. It has a low minimum down payment requirement. It has a low minimum down payment requirement. As little as 3.5% down. So low minimum.
Victor, is there a cap on how much the house has to be worth if you take an FHA loan?
They do.
Yes.
They do.
What's that number?
I don't think it can be more than 400.
Hold on, you're not going to like my answer.
Okay.
My answer is, it depends.
On your income?
No, where
On you living, or you want to move to?
where it's at. It depends where it's at. Why am I not getting this right here?
Okay.
Let me try to pull up really quick.
Like if I wanted to move to Monmouth County, you know?
Yeah, let me pull up a web browser really quick, and then I'm going to try to pull up the on the HUD site. The HUD website will usually have the FHA loan limits listed by county. It's listed by county, so I'm just going to search for FHA loan limits. FHA loan limits in New Jersey by county. And it should just doing a search like that. It should take me directly to. I mean, right off the bat, we got our
I
ad
read,
at the top.
I read it somewhere.
But you do this, Bing and Google put up the answers right away. Let's see, bank rate, all those. But I'm looking for the FHA website, FHA.com. Okay, so here we go. They have a guide here. I'm going to pull up 2 pages. And hold on, once those pages come up, then I'll share it with you, okay? Just want to make sure I'm on the right website. I don't want to take you to some...
VA is written in the book, but FHA is not written in the book. VA is 424, 100 in lower cost counties. 636, 150 in more expensive counties.
All right. Well, it all goes by county. So there's a guide. Hold on. This is usually on the HUD website. So I don't know if the FHA has a website here, but this is what I came up with right now.
Oh, see, VA.
This doesn't look like the government website. This looks like some other website. But I mean, I could be wrong. They could have remodeled this website. It's been a long time since I've been here. But anyway, here we have FHA loan limits for, yes, you refi today, low rates. Yeah, this is, see, the FHA loan limits should not be on FHA.com. That should be on a HUD website. Let me see if I could search that on HUD really quick. HUD, FHA loan limits, New Jersey by county. By county. All right, this may be it right here. Yeah. See, these some of these sites can be really, you know, it comes back. These people are listed as FHA.com. It should say someplace on here that they're not a government agency. Here you go. See, I knew something was fishy here. FHA.com is not a government agency. I don't know how they're letting this people get away with using their name. If they don't have a trademark, I don't know. They don't have any there's no affiliation, so it's not a government agency. This is just a lender. But either way, look, they have lending limits here listed on their site as well. But this is the actual FHA website where you could search. All right. Let me take this page. I just want to duplicate it for a sec. Are you guys seeing the website right now? The
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So here it is. All you got to do is now you just put in the state, the drop down. All right. And I'm not even going to put in a county. So let's see if we could get all the counties. This is for as of 2020. So now here's all the counties in New Jersey for 1, 2, 3, 4 family homes. So wait, so what kind of properties can you get an FHA loan for? 1 to 4 family home. All right. So it's listed by county. So for a 1 family home in Atlantic County, the loan limit is $331,760. 2 family county, 2 family, 3 family, 4 family. Okay.
Newark, wow. Newark, 765. Wow.
Yeah, but then they give you what the median home price value is in that area too.
Yeah.
You know. So,
can you give us that link? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this link and I'm gonna see if I could squeeze it somewhere in here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna try to squeeze it anyway. Let's see. So I'm just gonna put FHA New Jersey loan limits by county. All right, whatever. It's gonna shrink down kind of small, but I guess when you put it in slideshow mode, it'll look better. All right, so you guys can still see this on the screen, or is it like super small for you right now?
Well, we still see this
here.
Here, let me take a look really quick on that slideshow. Is that like super small now that I put that link in there? I put an extra thing. I know it got a lot smaller all of a sudden. But this is like a almost 17 font size, so that's still a pretty big font. But on the screen, can you see it on the screen right now? Or does it look really tiny for you? Okay. Yep. Sorry, guys. Okay. Got you, Margie. Hold on. Got some people waiting in our waiting room here. Gotta let them in. A couple people.
Waiting room.
Yeah, when you guys first come in, I have to promote you to panelists. Otherwise, they can't talk on their own unless I give you permission. But if I promote you to a panelist, anybody can talk at any time. All right. So that's how it is when you're in. This is not a meeting. This is not a Zoom meeting. This is a Zoom webinar. Okay. So the users have a little bit less control unless I give it to you. All right, so let's see let's go back to that website now. So here are the loan limits, okay? So let's see, I'm in Union County. Where is that? You know, so if I search Union County, oh, I see Bethlehem, Easton. What are we looking at here? I don't have it listed here.
It's the second to the last.
Is it? Oh, thank you. You got an eagle eye.
Yes, move over. It's the third one.
Oh, right here, right here. Okay, I'm looking in the wrong area altogether. Okay, oof. Whew, wasn't even looking at the county. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so Union County for one family, up to 765. So it's one of the more expensive counties in New Jersey. Of our two family, up to 980,000. Three family, four family. So they're quite generous lending limits, aren't they? Well, I don't know. This is median sales price, I guess, of all homes, you know, 1 to 4 family range in the county, almost $1 million.
I asked because I'm actually looking to purchase a new house next year, and just thinking about FHA.
Now, where were you looking to purchase, if you don't mind me asking?
Monmouth. That's what I had asked you about, Monmouth County.
Is it going to be in a rural area? By chance? Do you know?
No.
Okay. The reason why I ask is because we're going to be getting into some other. Okay, so this is the link I'm going to be sending you. Hey, CFM. You know what that stands for right there? CFM stands for Cold Fusion. It's a programming language, I know. All right, so there we go. And here's this. So this website, FHA.com, that's not a government website. You see how a way to tell? Because I saw this was kind of cartoonish. You know, the government doesn't really have that. They don't care too much about the glamour of it and all these glitzy features here. They look for usability, and everything's got to be accessible to handicapped persons as well. So this was a little bit too glitzy for me, cartoons and stuff. And once it said refi, you know, they don't advertise on their websites, you know, so I knew something was wrong here. But either way, let's see their lending limits. Atlantic, single family. Do they even keep it updated? Let's see, 638.10 for 4 family. 638. Okay, close enough. Yeah, not a bad job. But either way, so you could get this. This is the actual government website. It's on the HUD's website. So these, see, this is on HUD website. That's where you get the FHA loan limits. Now, anytime you get an FHA loan, can you get an FHA loan to buy a condo? Sure can. Let me answer that for you. But on the FHA website, you're going to have to search for, you have to see if a condo has been approved or not. All right. So FHA, New Jersey approved condos. Condo, I should have put it at. FHA approved. These are all fake sites. They're not government sites. This would be a government site, HUD.gov, condominiums. There we go. See how you spot them out? Now here's a page right here. This is a different link. Now you could search for FHA approved condos. Now if that condominium project is not listed as an approved condo, don't worry, you may be able to get it approved as a condo. Now, when we went over the chapter where we learned about condominiums, we learned that in order to get financing from the FHA for condominiums, they have to use their FHA's minimum standards for construction materials. The majority of the units that are there have to be owner occupied. You guys recall that from way back when?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to take this link and I'm going to add it to that slide. What was that? Chapter 6 or 7? Anybody recall?
Bring it back.
So I'll take this link and I'm going to add it to the chapter 6 or 7 slideshow. So I'm going to keep these two links open here. All right. And then I'm going to add them. All right. So there we go. So yes, they do have lending limits. So we're going to keep those two links open. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the next. Oh, wait. So let's go back to the slideshow. I'm not sure if you're on that right now. So here's the slideshow again. And let me zoom in on it a little bit. So they allow up to 6% seller concession is allowed for FHA loans. What is a concession? It's any money that the seller gives up. A concession, when you're conceding, you're giving up. Any money that the seller is giving up back to the buyer to make the deal happen. Maybe money to help them out with closing costs. And typically the way that we would write that to the contract is we would say, buyer asks for a seller concession of up to 6% towards buyer's closing costs and prepaids, as an example. Now, what is a prepaid?
Points.
Points. There you go. So you caught on to what I was asking for, right? I'm asking the seller to pay some of the points on the buyer's loan.
Hey, Victor, quick question for you.
Yeah.
The seller's concession, it's not part of the loan, right? It's like a separate payment that they do, right? The seller?
They're giving the money. Yeah, the seller's giving the money back to the buyer.
Right.
It is part of the sale price, though.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So if a house is $200,000,
do not raise the price. Do not raise the offer price on the house when you're asking for this, because if you do that, you're giving the seller what they want, and the seller's not really giving up anything. You're just the buyer's just financing more money. It is a possibility if you come into that situation, but remember the purchase price still has to appraise.
Right.
Okay. So what I do is we make the offer based on the offer, and then we ask the seller to concede some money back to the buyer from that.
So if the offer was $200K and then you went to the seller and say, hey, can we have a seller's concession?
Yeah.
And they'll minus 6% from that $200K, right?
Correct. Now,
Gotcha.
if they refuse to do it, but the buyer really needs that money, otherwise they can't close because they don't have all the money for the closing costs, it is a possibility that if the house is valued higher, you could
roll it into the loan.
You could build it into the loan by saying, you know what, we're going to offer a higher price if the seller would agree to give that money back to us, though.
Right.
But one thing you got to keep in mind, it says up to 6% up to 6% seller's concession. So what if the proceeds, what if the closing costs are not 6%? What if they're only 2%? Well, the buyer does not get all 6% back. They only get 2%.
Okay.
So what you could do is you could write it to make sure that they get it all back. You could say up to 6% towards buyer's closing costs as well as prepaids. This way you're going to make sure that they get the entire 6%. Whatever's not used on closing costs will go towards the interest on the loan.
Right.
Okay. I mean, it'd be good.
Most of the time, so if a seller really pays for a seller's concession, they really just want to sell a house. So like they'll do whatever they got to do, right?
Correct. They're willing to be flexible because they want to make the deal happen so they can sell the house and be on their way, right? Okay. Now, they require upfront mortgage insurance premiums. These FHA loans, they require a one-time upfront mortgage insurance premium called MIP that is charged at closing. But this is a government program, so that one-time upfront mortgage insurance premium that's charged at closing, you could actually wrap it into the loan itself. You don't have to pay it up front. So it's an insurance for the loan that's supposed to be paid up front. But if you don't got the money or you don't want to pay it up front, you could just add it to the financing and charge, and you could build it into the monthly payment.
Closing costs are like 6%, right, of the house?
Now, typically closing costs are 2 to 3% of the purchase price, but it really depends on the value of the home and where you're at. It depends on what are closing costs. What makes up your closing costs? It's basically your impounds of your taxes and insurance, but do you have to include those expenses in the loan?
No.
Then
No.
your closing costs are going to be a lot less if you don't. But you're going to
Yeah,
have to.
but you want to
You're going to have to pay those.
sometime.
You still
you
got
want to get an escrow too through the bank. So
no, you don't. You don't have to get an escrow to the bank. You only have to escrow to the bank that money if you're including those bills in your monthly mortgage payment, which you do not have to include in your mortgage payment. The escrow money, these are money that the lender is building up for the coming year's bill.
yes.
So if you're going to be paying that bill on your own and it's not included in your monthly payment, then
Well,
the lender does not need to collect any of that money. You just pay the current taxes. That's your responsibility, right?
but lenders want you to pay it
I don't
through
care.
them
I don't
to
care
assure.
what I don't care what the lenders want. The lenders can't require you to. You don't have to. The law doesn't. It says nowhere in the law that the lender can require you to include the taxes and insurance in the loan amount. The lender tries to incentivize you to include that money in the monthly payment. How do they do that? By offering you a discount on the points if you agree to include those vital payments in your monthly mortgage payment so that they can ensure that they're being paid. But you're under no obligation to include those in your monthly mortgage payment. You can pay those bills separately. It's just we're so used to that because it's so common, but you're not required to. All right. So MIP can be dropped when equity reaches 78%. Whoa. Wait a minute. MIP, this is different than PMI.
Yes.
All right. They jumbled up those same letters. What is PMI? Private mortgage insurance.
Mortgage insurance.
But what is it insuring?
The first 20%.
It's insuring the amount less than 20% that you put down when you bought the property, right? So it's not insuring the whole loan amount. It's only insuring that 20%. MIP, however, is a mortgage insurance premium that insures the whole loan. Because isn't the FHA insuring the lender against loss in the case you default on the whole loan balance?
Yes.
Yes. So this mortgage insurance premium, unlike the PMI, when can PMI be dropped?
At 20%, 22%.
Once the 20% has been, once it reaches 20% equity, and then it must be dropped when equity reaches 22%. However, MIP insurance insures the entire loan. So in addition to that one-time upfront mortgage insurance premium, you are also going to pay a regular monthly mortgage insurance premium until you pay down at least 78% equity. So MIP, mortgage insurance premium, cannot be dropped until you have until you have what, 22% of the house to pay off. So once 78% of the house has been paid off, then and only then you can drop the mortgage insurance premium. But it used to be, if we look at the book, only after you've had the loan for at least 5 years. You see on the book on page 198, on the right side where it says FHA 203B, let's do some highlighting and get caught up. Highlight the title 203B. Everybody do that? Everybody see where I'm at?
Yes.
All right. Then the next paragraph, highlight the first sentence. An upfront single insurance premium, MIP, is charged at closing. Then the next paragraph, highlight the first sentence there again. FHA allows any or all the down payment and closing cost to be a gift, not a loan from the borrower's relatives, which that is a bullet point I put in here. It just, we didn't get to it yet. And at the end of that same paragraph, highlight the last sentence. It says seller contribution, the seller's concession may not exceed 6% of the loan. You know, I should clarify that on this slide, though. I say seller's concession is permitted. So seller's concession up to 6% of loan amount. Just so it's clear, it's not the purchase price. It's based on the loan amount. Okay. Then skip the next paragraph. The following paragraph, we're going to highlight mortgage insurance can be dropped when equity reaches 78%.
Where is that?
Not the next paragraph, but the paragraph
Yeah.
after that.
The last line.
No, it's in the middle. It's in the middle of the paragraph. It says.
Yeah, just above estimate of value.
It says yeah, it's above estimate of value. Mortgage insurance can be dropped when equity reaches 78%. Just highlight that. Now the book says, but only after you've had the loan for at least what, 5 years. I want you to write in the book. Write the number 11 in place of the number 5, where it says 5. Write 11, because just before President Obama left office, he changed this from 5 years to 11. I mean, it's not very likely that you're going to pay off 78% of the loan in the first 11 years anyway. I mean, it's possible, but it's not likely for most people, right? So why did he change that? Well, that's not the only change that he made. He also made an additional change. We're going to write at the end of that paragraph, but only if the buyer put at least 10% down. But only if the buyer put 10% down at purchase. Now, why would President Obama do this? Basically, what he did is he put a rule in here that says that the MIP insurance can be dropped when equity reaches 78%. That's always been there. But he added he raised it from 5 years to 11 years. You have to have the loan for at least 11 years before you could drop that insurance premium. Well, because remember, we had this mortgage market crash, and all these lenders had FHA is a very popular loan. I'd say at least half the loans out there are FHA loans. So you get a lot of these loans that are failing now. The government has to insure the banks against loss and pay them for any defaults or losses that they experience. Property values now, they're going down, and they're selling these property, they're foreclosing on the property, selling them at a loss. The FHA insurance program has to pay that. Wait a minute, FHA, where does the government get its money from?
Tax.
Us, taxpayers. But you know what? For this program, they get that money from the insurance premium. But nobody expected that we would have such a massive market collapse. And because of that, these funds got completely depleted. And then we had bailouts. Remember the government bailouts? The banks were too big to fail, okay? Well, a lot of that money also went to the FHA program to pay back the banks. Now, so because of that, he figures, you know what, anybody that's gonna be in an FHA program now, we want them to pay for a longer period into this loan program. Or use the FHA loan to get into the property, but get the hell off of it as soon as possible. Maybe refinance into a conventional loan once you have at least 20% equity in it. And then you don't have to pay any insurance, no PMI, no mortgage insurance premium, nothing, right? So he put this additional thing in there to make it not desirable to stay in FHA loans for the long term. So he said that he added the thing that you could drop the MIP coverage if you paid off 78%, but only after you had it for 11 years. But only if you put at least 10% down when you got the loan. Now, let me ask you a question. Why do you get FHA loans? What's the advantage of getting an FHA loan?
3.5%.
Small down payment.
It only requires a smaller down payment of 3.5%. So what do most people put down?
3.5.
As little as possible. All right. So most people who get FHA loans are not putting down 10% when they're buying a house. So that
Hey,
means,
is it true? Is it true that for every like?
so that means that you could never drop the MIP coverage if you did not put down at least 10%, even after 11 years. If you didn't put down at least 10% at the time you bought it, you can never drop the MIP coverage. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you going to ask now?
I was gonna say, is it true like for every $20,000 you put down, it's like $20 off of your monthly payment? Is that true?
For what?
For like a mortgage? Like, you know, they say like the more you put down, it doesn't really help you. That's what I hear they say all the time.
No, the more you put down, the better. The more money you put down, the less money you need to borrow.
Yeah, but how much does it come out like out of your monthly payment? I hear it's like it doesn't really make a big impact. Like
Well,
if I was to put,
well, it does, because the less money that you borrow is the less money that you have to
You gotta pay.
make a monthly payment on, the less money that they could charge you interest on.
okay,
That's what we mean by putting down money. When you put money down, that means you're borrowing less. All right. Now, you may be able to finance some of the closing costs. Like I said, that MIP insurance charge, that could be included in the financing. Any or all of the down payment and closing costs may be a gift, not a loan, from the borrower's relatives. Why not a loan? Well, because if it's a loan, it's also going to affect your debt to income ratio and being able to qualify for this loan, because it's money you still need to pay back, and they'd have to factor that in. So if it is a gift, they're going to want that letter saying this is a gift and not a loan. But you can't. But
I think that's stupid. I mean, if somebody's gonna give you money and they know what it's for, they're not gonna. I mean, of course they're gonna say it's a gift. I mean, they're not gonna.
Well, the FHA wants to make sure of it. They want to get it in writing. Now, if you're a family member and you're going to loan some money for a family member for buying a house, but they got to pay you back, are you going to sign a document that says this, in fact, is a gift and not a loan and does not need to be paid back?
Heck no.
You may get a little shaky about that. You better really trust that relative, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what the FHA is going to want. They're going to want it in writing. So it's not like you're going to pull the wool over their eyes, you know.
There's something that you have to have some minimum amount of money in the bank to be able to.
Yeah, they want to check your assets, you know, your debt to income ratio, your assets, you know, that's all part of the risk-based lending in order to qualify for the loan.
That's when you can ask a friend to deposit $2,000, and right upon closing you give them back the $2,000.
The money needs to be seasoned. You can't just put that money in the bank and say, oh, look, I got the money in the bank. If that money just popped in the bank, they ask for bank statements. When they
$2,000 increase.
Listen to me. They ask for bank statements when they're qualifying you for a loan. And they don't just want this last month, they want the last couple months bank statements. And if they see that that money just popped in, they're gonna be like, whoa, where did this money come from?
Yeah, but I'm talking about $2,000 you can get in a month's time.
So where did that money come from?
Well, saving.
Well, they're going to see that it's not from savings because it just popped in there.
I'm talking about because I'm trying to buy a house, so I decided to save more money.
Okay, so where did you save it? In your pillow? Listen, banking has something that's called seasoning of funds. Those funds need to be seasoned. That means that they need to be in the bank account for at least 2 to 3 months. Otherwise, they're going to turn, any funds, you're going to need to explain where you got those funds from. You know, they want to make sure it's also not coming from any nefarious means. They want to make sure those funds are not coming from human trafficking, terrorist activities, money laundering, drug dealing, you know. So those funds need to be seasoned.
$2,000?
For various reasons. Yep. Where did it come from? They want to make sure that you're not also just like borrowing it from a friend. If that's your money, it should have been in there all along. And if you're keeping money at home in your pillow, well, you better be careful with that too. Because if anybody suspects that you've got $10,000 in cash or more sitting around your house, they're not supposed to be monitoring you that close. But
No.
if somebody reported you having that much money sitting in your house, the Treasury Department could raid your house, find out where that money's to try to find out where that money is coming from, and especially if it's been reported that it's coming from nefarious means, and then they'll hold on to that money until you can prove that it came from legal purposes.
They just want their cut. That's all.
That is. But you know what? They say it. They want to say, wait a minute. Are you doing money laundering, human trafficking? Is there prostitution going on? I mean, why is this money sitting in a pillow and not in a bank?
Right. I must say though that when I bought my house, that process was the worst process that I've ever been into. Like they wanted to know where I slept, where I pooped, where I did. Like it was an interrogation.
Exactly. Now I don't know how long ago you bought your house, but you know it's gotten worse in the last couple of years. They had to tighten down on this stuff. Now look, if you're driving in a border state, if a cops pull you over, you know what one of their usual questions are, and it's just more common. The closer you get to the borders, the U.S. borders, the more common this question is. Do you have any large amounts of cash in a car? You ever watch Live PD? If you see in certain areas, if they start asking, like, in any of the border states, they're gonna be like, you got any guns, grenades, drugs, things you're not supposed to have, large amounts of cash in the car or anything like that? Why do they ask that? Why do they throw a large amount of cash? Well, now
I got $3,000. I'm going for vacation.
We'll disclose it to them. But if you start lying,
define large though. Define large. Like what's large?
$10,000 or more. If you got around that $10,000 mark, they could seize the funds, and you could pick it up from the police station once you prove where you got the funds.
Oh my gosh.
See, but the cops they're not going to hold that down at the police station. They're going to end up turning it over to the Treasury, to the feds, and then you would have to prove it to the feds. I actually seen an episode on cops like this once, or Cops or Live PD. It was years ago, and then I think it was on Cops, and they actually seized the money, and they said, well, it's your, if it's your money, like you say, because you told us, we pulled you over, you said you didn't have any money in the car. Now we find a duffel bag full of cash. You got a couple $100,000 in your car. That's not. You're driving around in the middle of the night here with a couple grand in your car, and they're like, well, we just sold our business. So you're just driving around with a couple $100,000 in your car? I don't know about you, but I'd be scared to be driving around and getting mugged or something, carjacked, or what happens, a couple $100,000.
Going to the bank.
Do you understand that something there does not sound kosher? Something's a little fishy with that, right? So that's why they seize the funds until you could prove that it should be easy enough to prove that you just sold your business and that you got the funds from that source. All right. And I believe there was no follow-up on that. I did some research online for that case years ago, and they were still holding on to those funds. The people never came forward to claim them.
Vic, one question for you, Vic. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rufus.
No.
Okay.
I was done with that. I was just talking about, putting so much restriction on people's money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially in a border state, where you got human smuggling across the border, you got drug dealing, you got human smuggling was part of child trafficking as well. These are some serious issues, and that's where they get that serious money from. So, some of the way to do it is you gotta cut the head off the snake by hitting them where it hurts in the pocketbook.
My question for you, Victor, is why is it that during the mortgage process, when you're looking to get your loan, why is it like when the bank wants something, like they take like 30 days, and then when you submit it, they ask you for something else? Why don't they just ask you for everything one time? Like, why does it have to be like
Well,
You submit it, and then they come
do
back,
ask,
check it out.
they do ask you for a lot of stuff, and then sometimes they may need additional documentation because they don't always need it if it can be supported a different way. You know, if they could support the loan one way, other way, sometimes it won't necessarily meet all the qualifications. But if you supply some additional documentation, we may be able to rationalize it and make it understandable that it could be less risk and that you could get the loan. That's through a whole process. They call this the underwriting process.
Yes,
Underwriting is the process of the lender determining whether they're going to grant the loan or not.
Yeah.
That's where they examine all the documentation for the property owner and the property
Process.
to determine if they're going to grant the loan. And then if they do, they issue a mortgage commitment letter where they're committing to giving that loan. All right. So FHA also has other loan programs out there. They have the 203K, K for construction, even though it's not a construction loan. 203K loans allow one loan to cover both the purchase price of real estate as well as extensive rehabilitation work. Okay, so wait a minute. They require a different loan for that? Yeah, because their typical FHA 203B loan is the most popular loan. It requires low down payment of 96.5 or 3.5%, which gives you an LTV of 96.5. But there's an additional thing here. There is a repair requirement. Which I just thought of. There's a repair requirement. It has to be in livable condition. Why? They want it to be in livable condition and not a lot of essential repairs. Not requiring a lot of repairs. But you'd be surprised. Some of the things that could prevent you from qualifying for an FHA loan, or the house not meeting the requirements. If the railing on the front steps is loose, you're not getting an FHA loan. If the front steps are cracked, you're not getting an FHA loan. If the paint is peeling on the exterior or the internal part of the house, if the paint is peeling, you are not getting an FHA loan. First of all, if the paint is cracking and peeling away, what kind of paint is that? Lead. They want to make sure that it has been that issue's been taken care of. It's been scraped off and then painted over, which means that when it was encapsulated, right? They want to make sure that that's taken care of. As a matter of fact, in recent years, they've even upped these requirements even further, where the appraiser, when the appraiser goes into the house, now all of a sudden the appraiser is kind of acting like a home inspector. The appraiser has, if the kitchen of the house that you're buying has a dishwasher in it, the FHA requires that the appraiser turn on the dishwasher and let it run through its cycles to make sure that it works and it doesn't leak. You're not going to get an FHA loan if the house does not have a working stove. These are some of the requirements of the FHA. A house has to be in livable condition. Okay. So, you get a lot of people that are buying these FHA programs only require a small amount down. You get a lot of people who maybe work as contractors and they're like, oh, I could do the work myself. That's okay. I'll buy the house and I'll do the work myself. Yeah, but the FHA is like, where are you going to get the money to do it? You only have 3.5% to put down. Yeah, but I could do the actual work. Yeah, well, where are you getting money for the materials? So they the repair requirement is basically because they're looking out for you. All right. Can't get these things to line up. Anyway, whatever.
And my average is troublesome.
I mean, it doesn't require as high of credit score requirement as conventional loans may. You could still get a good interest rate on the loan. It only requires 3.5% down. It allows up to a 6% seller's concession. I mean, there are a lot of pluses to it. They have other loan programs too. They have adjustable rate mortgages and straight loans, let me see. FHA has, actually, no, I don't believe they do have straight loans.
No, they don't have.
But they do have other loan programs. They do have adjustable rate mortgages as an example. But the 203K loan, K for construction, it's actually not a construction loan. It's a rehabilitation loan. It's one loan that gives you the money for the purchase price of the property and extensive rehabilitation work. So if you want to buy a house, I'm just going to say extensive rehabilitation. Look, and then we can. So extensive rehabilitation. So say that you want to buy a house that does need work, the typical 203B loan will not give it to you. You know, if the steps are cracked, they're not going to give you the loan. So it does have that repair requirement. But you can, this person who's a contractor that wants to buy a house that they could do some fix up work on it, they could get an FHA 203K loan. So you need to know about this actual loan type here. The FHA rehabilitation loan would be a 203K. And by doing that, there we go. Would be the 203K loan. Okay. And there's a possibility that FHA loans may be assumed. Now, older FHA loans can just be taken over by the next purchaser. You could transfer the ownership to somebody and they could just take over the loan. But newer FHA loans, the borrower has to qualify for that loan. But it is possible that they can be assumable. There's another added bonus. All right. So these are for that. And if you're going to be getting an FHA loan, I told you about the condominiums. You know, I'm also going to put that link on this same page because now we got the room. So FHA approved condominiums, we're going to put it in here. So FHA approved condo complexes. You know, I'm just going to say condos. Okay. Now, do you know that if you're buying a house, we know some architectural styles. If you are buying a house, we have the two family houses. Typically, a two-family house has one unit above the other, right?
Yes.
What do we call the ones that are side by side?
I don't know.
It's called a duplex.
Duplex, yeah.
Duplex. Duplexes are actually considered by the FHA to be condos. They assume because each unit can be separately deeded. And because each unit there's that possibility they can be separately deeded, they automatically consider duplexes condos. You would have to prove to the FHA that they are not condominium ownership and that they are fee simple ownership. Otherwise, you need to get that condo complex approved by the FHA in order to get an FHA loan to buy this attached housing. Just giving you a little bit of useful information, not for exams. Okay, moving on. That's enough about the FHA. So on the bottom left-hand side of page 199, under other FHA programs, third paragraph down, we're going to highlight FHA Section 203K mortgages allow one loan to cover both purchase price and extensive rehabilitation work. And the next paragraph, we're going to highlight for either an FHA or VA mortgage loan, an extra amendatory clause must be added into the sales contract that states if the property appraises for less than the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty.
Sorry, Victor, what page was that?
At the bottom left side of 199. So the bottom left-hand side of page 199. And on a previous slide, I already had that mention about the special amendatory clause right here. You see this for government-backed loans? So I did already have that stated here. It says if the property appraises below the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. Okay. This will be an exam question.
Amended.
You can bank on that.
Mandatory.
That special mandatory clause. Yeah. States that if the buyer, if the purchase price of the property appraises for if the purchase price appraises below, if the property appraises below the purchase price, the buyer can get out of the contract without penalty. So both FHA and VA loans require this mandatory clause. And that's the last thing that we just highlighted here on page 199. Next one, VA loans. That's the Veterans Administration, right? So, or Department of Veteran Affairs. So VA loans are guaranteed by the Department of Veteran Affairs. They're intended for owner-occupied, or I'm going to qualify that by saying veteran owner-occupied 1 to 4 family dwellings. At least one of the owners must be a veteran in order to purchase using the VA loan program. So just like the FHA, it's 1 to 4 family dwellings. Now, the VA does have loan limits as well, just like the FHA. Let me take a look at what they are. Let me see, VA loan limits in New Jersey. However, I do not believe that they go by county.
No.
You know, there's a, let me see. You see a lot of commercials on TV these days because we're getting a lot of veterans, you know, so. Oh, actually, they do go by county. My bad.
Really?
Yeah, VA loan lending.
That's here in the book in New Jersey.
But that's not the New Jersey.
Oh, lowest cost 424 in lower cost county, 636 in more expensive counties.
Correct. So right now I'm looking up. I'm looking that up really quick in a different browser window. So just bear with me 1 second. What the video? Hold on. There we go. That's weird. Well, we all know this lady. We've seen her from commercials, right? From New Day USA. Now, this is not the VA website. This is some lender that we always see on TV for the that she's a veteran, right? So this is just one of them. Okay, wait. I thought I saw lending limits on this website, but this is just another one of these VA lenders. They lend specifically. They're targeting VA veterans that they lend to. That's New Day USA, okay? So there are some resources like that that you could have. I'm not going to put them in a class for advertising here. VA loan lending, I'm assuming that this is not the VA, but they do have up here some of these VA lending limits. Let's see, I live in Union County, so let's see. Oh, they don't have it listed here. Next. Okay, Union, here we go. For a single family house up to 726, 2 family 930, 3 family. Do they match the FHA, I wonder? Let me do a quick search of that. Let me pull that New Jersey back up. Put them side by side. Or not? There we go. New Union, 766, 11472. No. The single family house is the same, I think, 726. 765. No, they're a little bit different. It's slightly less than the FHA would allow, at least according to this website.
VA's loan county.
Yep, let me see. None of these are, see, some of these, they use these names, these, that, you know, like that last one, FHA.com. It's not really a governmental site. So we're going to have to look at something that pretty much ends in .gov. You know, I mean, the military one could be if it's a military site, but the actual VA lending limits. Huh.
Yeah, well,
This is something else. I'm going to pull that up.
I see that golf.
Yeah, let me see. I don't see it's here. VA loan limits. New Jersey by county. Okay, so this may be on the HUD website. HUD VA loan limits NJ by county.
Okay.
This is militaryrates.com. They may know. I'll pull that up, but HA, military benefits info. Oh, VA.gov. There we go. That's what we want. VA.gov. Now this is a government website. See, you got to sift through some of these websites to make sure that you're on a legit site here. Now, VA.gov. .gov, you know that's the government site.
Government.
All right, so they show over how to figure out what your loan limits would be, how to qualify. This is all the information about VA loans. So that's kind of helpful. So I'm going to add that to the slideshow as a resource, okay? Why not?
Loan limit table. GR mortgages.
But on here somewhere now, we should have lending limits. Let's see, lending limit, VA lending limits, loan types, eligibility. About VA limits, loan limits by year and county. That looks good. Really, this is what they got here? Oh, you have to pull it up in a PDF document. And then look up every state. All right, so they're not exactly as search friendly, okay? So I'll just leave the direct link to the VA to this page.
Yeah.
You see, you got to pull up that thing here. And you got to search it. Maybe they have a page here. I'll look a little bit more later on, but I believe that as of right now, you'd have to look it up in that PDF. They have it in a PDF document that you have to search it. All right, so we'll leave it at that. I posted this link already. I added this to the slideshow. Let's see, that's something different. VA loan limits. This is on militaryrates.com. All right, so militaryrates.com may have that. So I'm going to put that link as well. There we go. They got it in a big list. Single family home. This is only for the single family home. They don't have the multifamily rate here unless you got to click someplace else. But by the way, I'll put this as a resource there too. Military rates.
So can a retired sergeant get $1 million worth of property? Ooh.
Well, you still need to qualify for the loan.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Okay, there, Sarge.
65,000.
Okay there, Sarge?
No, I was not in the military. I'm just wondering
Okay.
how much they get paid.
All right, but I'm putting these on the slideshow. You see down the bottom on the slide, I added them there. Okay. All right, so in order to qualify for a VA loan, the VA is intended for veteran owner occupied up to 4 family dwellings. They do have lending limits. 1 to 4 family. One to 4 family dwellings. Has lending limits. Appraisal statement is called the CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. You'll get that on exams, by the way. So what do we call an appraisal statement for a VA loan? The CRV.
CRV.
Yep, the Certificate of Reasonable Value. Some people remember this when I say just remember Honda CRV. You know, the car, Honda CRV. Listen, it sounds kind of dopey. What is a Honda? What does a car have to do with it? But a lot of people remember this when I say, for the appraisal statement, just remember Honda CRV. It works for some people. So there is no wrong way to learn or remember. If this works for you, it works for you. If it doesn't, I tried. But CRV, Certificate of Reasonable Value. Okay, that's what we call the valuation statement, the appraisal for a VA loan. Discount points may be paid by the seller, buyer, or shared between them. Or shared, I'm going to say, or shared by them, so that it fits on one line. The funding fee. The funding fee. Funding is an application fee. Okay, so the funding or application fee is paid by the borrower. And how much that fee is varies, okay? It varies by what service you're in, okay? So varies. I'm just gonna say varies because it could vary by what department of the military that you served in, but it could also vary by if you are a disabled, honorably discharged disabled veteran with service-connected wounds and disabilities, you could be exempted from any funding fees. But if we look at the bottom right-hand side of page 199, above eligibility, 2 paragraphs, it says the veteran, or 3 paragraphs. It says that the veteran pays a funding fee directly to the Department of Veteran Affairs. The amount varies depending on the size of the down payment. Any veteran with a service-connected disability is exempt from funding fees, and National Guardsmen and reservists pay higher funding fees. So I just put varies on this slide. It varies by a couple factors. And the seller can pay the funding fee for the veteran as well. All right, paid by the borrower or seller. Okay, amount varies. I don't think I'm gonna fit the full word there. I could try. It's gonna keep the abbreviation. Amount varies. All right.
The last 3 chapters, you end up almost highlighting the whole chapters.
No, sir.
Well, that's what I got there.
On the top of page 199, on the right-hand side under VA loans, we're going to go to the second sentence and highlight, because the VA guarantees the top 25% of the loan, no down payments required.
See?
So what is the guarantee that the VA loans are making? they guarantee 25% of the loan to lender. They're not putting 25% down. They're telling the lender, in the event that the veteran defaults, we will make sure that you are paid 25% of the loan. The military is making that guarantee to the bank. So it's as if the borrower put down 25%. That's why the bank, most banks, won't require any down payment. So you could get 100%, the veteran can get 100% financing. Now, when you're in the military, they give you so much in benefits. Okay, so there's so much that you could borrow. There's so much that they'll you could use your guarantees up. Okay, but if you didn't use all your guarantees up in one purchase, you may be able to reuse this again for another home, a VA loan. All right, so go down to third paragraph down. And we're going to highlight a VA appraisal is a certificate of reasonable value, CRV, where you see it in bold.
Yes.
Okay. This is everything that's on the same slideshow. You're saying I'm asking you to highlight a lot of stuff. Look what's on this slideshow.
No, I didn't say you are. I mean, I'm reading and highlighting it. It seems like everything is.
Do not go highlight crazy. Do not go highlight crazy, though.
I know. It makes you reread the whole book again instead of.
Only highlight stuff I tell you to highlight. Otherwise, you're going to have way too much stuff. As it is, I'm telling you to highlight a lot of stuff. Don't go highlight crazy.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So now, in order for the veteran to qualify for the VA loan, they have to have certain eligibility requirements. They had to have served 90 days of consecutive days of active duty service, okay, during wartime. During wartime, or 181 days of active service during peacetime, or 6 years in the reserves or National Guard. Now, a lot of reservists, you know, we're having a lot of people these days that unfortunately, you know, they look down on our military, even though they say, oh, we respect our heroes, you know. Then they end up discriminating against them to the point that in New Jersey, remember, we had to add them as a protected class.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, because that we're seeing in college campuses that they're, you know, they're not welcome there for recruiting, for career options, you know. So the military, you know, they're having a hard time recruiting people as well. We have more protesters than we have people that are wanting to join the military these days. You know, not protesters, that's not the right word, activists. That rather than, you know, feeling the proud of their country, that they want to be able to fight for it and defend it. And hey, all the benefits that come with it too, you know. You can get your college paid for. You could get home purchasing benefits on 100% financing, all kinds of stuff. But don't join the military for those reasons. We give you these benefits because you fought for your country, or at least
most people join the military as a last resort because they got nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. I mean, you don't see wealthy people, kids in the military.
What's wrong with that? Instead of
it's a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of landing in prison, or instead of taking a dead-end job, going nowhere, your life is not going anywhere, you join the military. Anybody ever see the movie Stripes? If you didn't, I gotta write that here, you know. Check out the movie called Stripes. It's a comedy. If you guys never seen this, it's an old comedy with Bill Murray. You know, the guy from Ghostbusters? If you guys never seen it, watch that. The guy is basically a loser in his life. He loses his girlfriend. He goes through jobs left and right. And then he's watching a commercial on TV, and the commercial's like describing him to a T, you know, basically being a loser, saying that the military can whip him up into shape and all that. So he decides he's going to join the military, and he drags his friend in. And then after he joins the military, he's like, "What the hell did I do?" It's a funny movie. So recommended for you. I threw it on that slide just for a little chuckle there. All right, turn the page, and then we go to the next slide. New Jersey. Oh wait, by the way, let's stay on this for a second. Do I have on this slide that these loans can be assumed?
Yes.
Oh yes, assumability.
Yes.
Okay, so VA loans can be assumed, and by somebody who is not required to be a veteran. You are not required to be a veteran. Let's underline that. You know what? Let's not only underline it, let's italicize it. It's kind of veteran. It's kind of important. Assumability.
200.
You don't need to be a veteran to assume a VA loan.
Is that page 200?
That is on page 200. And there's actually another website link there. Let me, you guys are seeing the slideshow or the websites right now?
Slideshow.
Okay, thank you. Let me take this benefits. va.gov/home loans. Okay, I'm going to take this link. Yep, that is an active working link for the VA for people who want more information about it. Oh, for real. They got a page here for real estate professionals on the VA page. Let me just take a look at it. All right. Either way, so they got some additional information there on that VA page about it. So we got these two things, and I'm going to add that added. This is title does not need to be 44 font. All right, and so we add another, and we put VA home loans. All this stuff. There we go. All these. Yeah. There we go. Bigger size, more room, and we can increase this font size as well. And everything is well again. And we got plenty of room. There we go. So we got everything we need there for VA loans. A nice, neat slide. All right. Save the changes, and then we're going to move to the page 200. You can highlight the link there. It's a link for your website, the benefits.va.gov/homeowners. You see it above assumability. And then under assumability, we're going to highlight a VA mortgage loan. Stop. Go to the line below it. May be assumed by the next owner of the property who need not be a veteran.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. He said test. I said yes. Next, New Jersey NJHMFA. The slide in front of you. We have the NJHMFA. That's the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency. They offer below market interest loans. So you could get low interest rate loans, below market interest loans. Those are low rate loans. Below market interest loans. Space there. So basically these are low interest rates, low rates. right?
Urban.
They require little or no down payment to qualified buyers, not investors. So owner occupants. Mostly to first-time home buyers, but not only. Their first-time home buyer program that they have is they have something called the NJ Smart Start program. This is an interesting program. The NJ Smart Start program, let me open up a whiteboard so I could show you. The NJ Smart Start program has a program that works like this. Okay, so the NJ Smart Start program has a program like this. You could get a loan to purchase the property. With a second loan at higher interest rate for down payment and closing cost, or I'm going to say and or closing cost. Now, we don't need to put this in our notes because you don't need to know this for exam. I'm telling you this as a possibility. This is a first time, this is for the NJ Smart Start program. For first time home buyers. They give you a loan to buy the house and a second loan at a higher interest rate for down payment and or closing costs. So if you don't have the money, if you don't have any money, you want to buy a house, you could get one loan for the down payment and closing costs and another loan to buy the house. And that second loan that they give you that's at the higher interest rate, well, if you live in that house for at least 5 years, you pay back nothing. You pay nothing back. You pay back zero. So if you were in that house for at least 5 years. So, yeah, look at that. Now, if you were in that house for at least 4 years, you're going to pay back 25% of the loan. All right. And if you're in that house for at least 3 years, you're going to pay back 50%. If you sell that house after only 2 years, you're going to pay 75%. And if you sell that house in 1 year or less, you have to pay 100% of that second loan back. You're paying back the second loan. So this second loan is dissolving. All right, or they call it self-liquidating. Meaning that you don't have to, so if you stay in that house for at least 5 years, you don't have to pay any of that second loan back. You sell it after only living there for 4 years, you pay 25%, 3 years, 50%, 2 years. You know what, screw it. I'm going to put it in a slideshow for you. Because you may want to know it, but it's not required for exams. All right, so let's just go back to the slideshow. I'll put together a slide for you for the NJ Smart Start program. This is that NJHMFA Smart Start Program. Keep in mind, this is not for exams. This is just for your own edification. Guys, follow? The NJ Smart Start Program. Okay. This is a program that is in place for first-time home buyers. And I'll just paste everything else in there.
But did you describe where the building needs to be, right?
Well,
It gotta be in targeted areas,
hold on,
urban
hold on.
area, in the inner city.
Wait. This is just one of their loan programs, okay? This is just one of their
Yes.
loan programs. So let's go back to the previous slide that shows NJ Smart Start Program, NJ HMFA. They offer below market interest loans with little or no down payment to qualified buyers, not investors, owner occupants, mostly to first-time home buyers, okay? Who live in urban target areas. So this is their main target area. What's an urban area? Does anybody know what urban means?
Yeah, in the city area, like.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Urban. Urban means densely populated. An urban area is a densely populated area. So these inner city, that would basically, I don't want to say inner city, because a lot of times when you're thinking inner city, you're thinking about these blighted areas. It's not necessarily. A urban means densely populated. Okay? Suburban is a little bit less densely populated. And then you have rural, which means the properties are far away from each other. Okay? So, who live in urban target areas, and they apply through various local approved lenders. What did I have here? Okay, Smart Start Program. All right. So these loans you can only get through certain approved lenders for their various programs. So they have many loan types. Or many special loan types. You got to go to their website to find out. They have the NJ Smart Start Program as an example. This would be for first-time buyers. They have a Live Where You Work. They have a program for off-peak hour workers to relieve congestion on roads. They have they got programs for police, fire, and teachers. Okay, so they have a lot of different various programs. You would have to go to their website to see the different programs that they have. This NJ Smart Start Program, this is just one of their programs. Okay, so this is just you know what? This is coming from the NJ HMFA. First time buyer loans. Is the NJ Smart Start Program. It is for first-time home buyers. It's a loan to buy a house, second loan at a higher interest rate, and this is basically just the repayment of the second loan. Okay, so sometimes you get buyers that they're looking for any special loan programs, and you may not be aware of them. Well, guess what? Now you are. All right. Trying to help you out there by giving you some resources. Not for exams, this is just a resource. And I have the link already opened up in a window, so I'm going to add the link to the different home ownership programs on the NJHMFA website. And you see here on in the book on page 200, at the end, it says the website is State NJ US DCA HMFA, right? Oh. And they have lists of participating lenders. There's information for buyers. Hold on a second. Home ownership resource. I'm on that page. It's not on the main page here. Okay, so here's a resource for buyers. The NJHM through NJHMFA for all their different loan programs. Resource for buyers. But let's go to their main page, and their main page would be here. Okay, but they have a lot of resources on that website, which is pretty cool. And you can see all their approved lenders and all that. And I have another link written down here for that is also called the NJ Smart Start Program, or njhousing.gov. I'm sorry, njhousing.gov. It's another resource from the NJHMFA, or shortcut. Is that to the same website? Yeah, it's actually a shortcut to the NJHMFA website. Look at that, njhousing.gov, okay? So it's two links to the same website. This or this, all right? Basically takes you there. Same site. And take this, we're gonna actually put it on the other slide, so. All right. And then we have the Rec D, lastly. The Rec D is the formerly known as the Farmers Home Loan. This is the Rural Economic Community Development, okay? This is for low income and first-time home buyer loan program. It has subsidized interest rates as low as 1% for modestly priced homes. And these loans come directly from the Department of Agriculture, okay? Or the USDA. And here is the website shortcut that goes to them, where you could get more information about that. If you notice, the website link is different than what's in the book. It's rd.usda.gov. I tried to update these slides a bit the other day. All right. Okay. So let's go here. And there you go. So in the book, let's just go back to under New Jersey Home Buyers Program and highlight the New Jersey Housing and Mortgage Finance Agency, NJHMFA, offers below market interest loans with low or no down payment to qualified buyers who purchase homes in urban target areas. You may want to underline urban target area. Just want to make one slide here for you with urban is a densely populated area. Suburban is a little less densely populated. And then we have rural, which is sparsely populated. I obviously can't spell. Sparsely populated areas. Okay, so urban, these are just the different area tiers.
Might be downstairs.
Okay, and then I'll just draw a little image below this so that you guys can have a visual on it. The slide. Let's see. Pens. Come on, come on, come on. So you have an area like this, densely populated, right? And you have here, a little less densely populated, right? And then you have here, boom, 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 boom. These are homes that are further apart from each other. So this area is rural. This area here is suburban or suburbia, okay? So suburban, I put it like this, suburban. It's actually like this, suburban. Or suburban or suburbia, right? Or suburban. Suburbia. It goes, you know, you may hear it a lot of these ways. You live in suburbia, or it's a suburban area. These are less densely populated, still kind of close to the city, but a little less densely populated. And these are sparsely populated areas like farmland, like farms or far from neighbor, right? And so this area right here in the center, where am I going to this? Dang it. Yeah. that area in there, that's going to be this area right here. That's your that's a bad idea. Stick to the pen tool. And this is urban. Oops. This is urban. Okay, so we got urban, suburban, and rural. Okay, that's basically the way that it works. It's a little crappy drawing, but you know what? That's the best you're going to get out of me. And we're going to do some math now. No math on slides, though. But let me open up a slideshow for the next chapter so that I could move this slide into it. And the next chapter is, what chapter was that? 14. Next chapter is 15. So I'm just going to transfer this last slide in chapter 14. How lending works in a nutshell. And we're going to put that here somewhere. We'll find room for it. And you know what? We're going to put it right at the beginning. How about that? Boom. There we go. But before we get into the next chapter, let me close out this slideshow and we're going to do some math. Yay. Yay. You ready to do some math? Oh, Andre, sorry about that. See you out there.
Yeah, I love that.
Couldn't be more excited.
So let's first do the let's first do the key terms to review for this chapter, and then we're going to go back to do the math part. I'm going to show you how to read a mortgage chart, how the lenders put together what your monthly mortgage payment is, and how you could figure out how much of your monthly mortgage payment goes towards paying the principal down. All right, so let's start off key terms to review, page 201. Low down payment insured mortgage loan.
FHA.
FHA 203B, 14 is A. A low down pay, a loan with monthly payment including property taxes and insurance.
Budget loan.
8 is B. A mortgage that can be taken over by the next buyer.
Assumable.
5 is C. A VA appraisal statement.
CRV.
CRV, 12 is D. Highest interest rate ever allowed on an adjustable rate mortgage. Ceiling, 11 is E. Listing of each payment, the interest, the principal paid, and the remaining debt.
Amortized.
It's an amortization schedule. 3 is F. A payment of extra points in return for a lower interest rate.
Buy down.
Buy down, 9 is G. States that the buyer getting an FHA loan can rescind the contract if the appraisal is lower than the purchase price.
A mandatory clause.
It is. 2 is H. Percentage beyond which interest rate cannot be raised at adjustment.
Cap.
That's the cap. 10 is I. A plan with interest rate changed either up or down periodically.
Adjustable rate mortgage.
That's the ARM, the adjustable rate mortgage. 1 is J. A repayment plan including principal payments gradually reducing the debt.
Biweekly. Mortgage.
No.
Amortized loan.
Amortized loan.
Amortized loan, 4 is K.
4.
Repayment plan, the equivalent of 13 monthly payments per year.
Biweekly.
That's the biweekly.
Mortgage.
6 is L. U.S. agency that insures mortgages to protect lending institutions.
FHA.
13 is M. And a written estimate of value by a real estate licensee.
BPO.
BPO, broker's price opinion. 7 is N. It's similar to a CMA, but a little more advanced. We usually give them to lenders. All right, next page is actually a key terms too, so let's do that. Charge for the use of other people's money. What do we call that?
Interest.
Interest.
Two is I. A guide for national mortgage trends used for adjustable mortgage rates.
Index.
One is B. A lender of low interest money in certain areas.
Housing.
Mortgage finance agency?
Yes, the
Yeah.
NJMFA for short. 5 is C. Mortgage payment, including interest, amortization, and certain expenses.
Pity.
Pity loans. 6 is D. A mortgage with payments of interest only.
Straight loan?
9 is E, interest only. A loan guaranteed by the federal government. Who guarantees loans?
VA one?
VA.
The VA guarantees loans, right? So 11 is F. Neighborhoods in which the state wishes to strengthen housing stock. What do we call them?
Target area.
It's a target area. So 10 is G. 1% of the loan amount charged as an extra upfront interest when the loan is made.
7.
7 is H. Percentage charged by the lender above the index.
Margin.
Margin. 4 is I. Percentage of property's market value that may be borrowed.
Loan to value ratio?
3 is J. Protection for the lender on low down payment mortgage loan.
PMI.
Private mortgage insurance. 8 is J. Lender agrees to hold the interest rate for a certain period of time.
Red lock.
It is a rate lock. 14 is L. And difference between the current value and the money that's owed.
Equity.
Equity.
Equity. 12 is M. Explanation of financing terms.
Toolkit.
The toolkit. 13 is N. That is correct. So let's we're gonna back it up a bit to page 196. There's a chart on this page 196.
Mm-hmm.
We call this a mortgage factor chart. Okay, this is a mortgage factor chart. I'm actually gonna take a picture of this and later on add it into our slideshow. Okay, steal this from the book. I'm gonna just take a picture, a snapshot of it, and we are going to add this into the book, or into the slideshow. And to the left of this chart, now I'm going to explain to you how this chart works, but to the left of the chart is an explanation of how this chart works. In case you guys ever forget, you need a refresher, it's right here. It shows you how this chart works. So this is how the lender finds out how much you're going to be paying on your loan. They will have a chart like this, okay? Now the lender will have this chart available for their mortgage reps to be able to do the calculation. Now, how they come up with these numbers in the mortgage, their chart may differ a little bit from another mortgage company's chart, depending on the cost of money to them. Now, this chart will determine how much your monthly mortgage payment is going to be, just not including taxes and insurance, just for the mortgage loan itself. Just the mortgage loan is principal and interest, right?
Okay.
Right, Vic. Okay, so you guys are following so far. Now, if you have a loan at a 5% interest rate for 30 years, this is what you do. Take your index finger and put it on the column that says rate and run your finger down the chart till you get to 5%.
Yeah.
Now run your finger all the way across to the column that says term 30 years. And what is the number that's listed there?
5.37.
It's,
I mean 5.53.
no,
No, 5.37.
Everybody agree?
5.37.
It is 5.37 there. So hold on, let me pull up a whiteboard. Here it is. All right, so on this whiteboard, we're going to see that we have on the whiteboard, okay, so 5.37 is what we call the factor. We got a mortgage factor of 5.37. You know, I probably should be using the Microsoft board because it'll give me more room. So let me just do that really quick. Close this whiteboard and open the Microsoft one. Bear with me 1 second. This whiteboard will give me more room to draw.
Did that man leave?
As it opens. Okay, so 5.37 is the mortgage factor. Now, what does that factor mean? It means for every $1,000 you borrow, your monthly mortgage payment is going to be $5.37. That includes your principal and interest payment. So that's just for the loan. So in that, the factor, move these controls around a bit so I could control my pens.
Okay. Pencil.
All right, so the factor, that's too thick of a pen. So the factor is equal to 5.37. So what does that mean? It means for every $1,000 borrowed, that for every $1,000 borrowed, the mortgage payment will be $5.37. Okay, and that is for a 5% interest, 30-year term loan. Okay, and how did we figure that out? We used the mortgage factor chart at top of page
196.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On top of page 196. Now, maybe we could include these later into the slideshow, but as of now, we'll just go by like this, okay? So that's basically what that means. That is the factor. You know. So if you have a factor of that, that's how that works. Now, so if you got a factor of $5.37, so factor is $5.37 for a 30-year at 5% interest, right? So if the loan, not the purchase price, but the loan is equal to $300,000, what is your monthly mortgage payment? Well, this is the way you figure it out. $300,000. You could either divide that by 1,000, which will give you 300, or you could just do this, cross off the last 3 zeros, and it gives you 300. That's the quick way of doing it, right? Now you take 300 times 5.37. Okay, so 300 times 5.37. That gives us a payment of $1,611. Now, what is this? We're going to say that is principal and interest. All right. So whenever you guys do your math, you see what I just wrote over here? PI next to the 1611. By the way, can you see the mouse? Can you see me moving the mouse?
Yeah, you see.
Okay. So the 1611, that is principal and interest. That is your full amount for your loan. Now that's not PITI. PITI would add in your property taxes and insurance to give you your full expense for housing. This is just the loan amount, okay? So PI is, this is just the loan amount. That's just for the loan amount. Right? But I suggest that whenever you do your math problems, this is all simple math. There is nothing rocket science here, so I don't want anybody to freak out. But you will have to have a scrap paper and a calculator. Do not try to do this in your head. You know, if you want to make things easier, you ever hear anybody ask you, well, what's wrong? What do I got to paint you a picture? I always say, yes, please, because that would make it a lot easier, right? So if I'm painting you a picture, it makes it a lot easier to figure out. I'm drawing it for you here on the board. Is it easier to understand than me just talking to you and telling it to you? Yes, because now you could visualize it. So whenever you're writing down your notes, don't just write down all the different numbers to try to remember what they are. I want you to write next to them, like I wrote here, PI. What does PI stand for?
Principal and
Interest. Interest.
All right, very good. All right, so now we're going to take this a step further. So now we're going to take this math problem. We're going to take it a step further. Now I'm going to say, what if the taxes on this property are $9,000 and the insurance is $800? You know, of course, that's annual charges here, right? A year. So all we're going to do is this.
Add them up, divide by 12.
We're going to add these up. Yep, that gives us $9,800, right? This is your taxes and insurance. That's $9,800. If we divide it by 12, that gives us $816.67. So hold on, let me move the screen up a little bit, give us more room. So we divide that by 12, and that gives us $816.67, right? Now, what is this? We're going to write next to that that's taxes and insurance. It's TI. So if I asked you what the total expense for housing on this property is, what the PITI payment is, all we have to do is add up this, the 1611, right? This is your PI. And we take our TI of $816.67. We add that. This is the taxes and insurance. Okay, if we add them up together, then we will have our PITI payment, right? So $816.67 plus $1611 is 24. Whoop, sorry about that. That's a mistake. It is 24.27 and 67 cents. No rocket science there, right? It's just a couple of steps. Right? Right? Everybody with me?
We here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
where the lines come from?
Uh-oh.
Ah, I'm backing up. That was the previous chapter's notes there. They give us a lot of space here, so all right. So that's a different image altogether. So I take all this stuff and just move it. Nope, not at one shot, but that's okay. Let's zoom back in on that. All right, so that was pretty easy to figure out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Hold
now,
on, hold on, PI.
I'm not erasing anything. I'm just going to write here on the side. We're going to put a separate math problem over here.
800.
Okay, so this was our problem number 1 that we figured out.
16.
Actually, this is problem number 1, and then we had problem number 2 over here,
7.
right?
TI.
Here we just figured out what your monthly mortgage payment was. Over here we figured out what the total pity cost was, right? So
2,000. $7.
so that was, and then we had the over here. This was figuring out what the pity.
Insurance.
All right, so over here, this is what this problem figured out. It used the information from the first problem, right? All right, so we take this information from here and we, whoop, wrong place. We took this information from this problem and we just stuck that right there. And we took this figure from here and we just stuck that right there. Okay. TF. All right, so now we're going to do a third problem over here. And in this problem, we're going to figure out how much of this monthly mortgage payment goes. We're going to use the same problem. We're going to figure out how much of this monthly mortgage payment goes towards paying down the principal. So how much of monthly mortgage payment, PI, goes toward paying down the principal, which is the P, right? The P part of the PI, P part of the PI, right? In order to do this, we need to calculate the I which is the interest, or I should say the monthly interest, and subtract it from the monthly PI mortgage payment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. So let's see if we word this like this. It's actually not that difficult of a problem to do. So we're going to take this same problem, okay? I'm going to write that here. We will use this same problem from example number 1. Okay. So here's your PI. If you have $1,611 as your principal and interest amount, what was the interest on this? 5%?
Mm-hmm.
And the interest rate is 5%. What you do is you would first calculate the interest by taking the loan amount. You have to take the loan amount of $300,000 times the interest rate of 5%. You guys know how to turn this into a whole number? You go 2 decimal points to the left. You guys remember how to do that? 0.05. If your calculator doesn't have a percent button, you would have to convert it. So then it would just be 0.05. So 300,000 times 5% or 0.05, this would give you $15,000. What? That's a lot of money. You know what that is, though? This is the annual interest. We need to figure out what the monthly is. So what do?
Divided by 12.
Very good. We divide it by 12. We're dividing it by the number of months or the number of payments in the period. So 15,000 divided by 12 will give us 1250.
If you're doing biweekly, would you just make that 13?
They're not going to give you a problem on that. That starts to get kind of complicated with the math.
Okay.
Right? We don't need to know that much because the mortgage reps or the mortgage companies handle that. But we do need to know just the basics on how they figure it out. So we're not going to make the problem needlessly difficult. Okay. So this is the interest, the monthly, right? This is the monthly interest right there. So if we have the monthly interest, all we do now is we subtract the I from the PI, which is, okay, so 1250. And that'll leave us with the P, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the actual formula right here. That's the actual formula. So now if we take 1611 minus the 1250, whoa, hold on. Make sure I'm typing it in my calculator right. Don't rush. 1611 minus 1250. That gives us $361. So this is the answer right here. Now, the only problem with that, is that's the answer, $361. So 1611 is our monthly mortgage payment. $1,250 of that went towards your interest on the loan for that first mortgage payment. And only $361 out of $1,611 went to pay down your loan of $300,000. Now, these steps are outlined, by the way, on the previous page 195. Right? So let me write that down here. Let me add that to these little notes here. What's that?
No, that was your echo on your computer.
Oh, okay. Talking to myself, huh? Okay, so, but this is the actual formula right here. This is the formula. So this is the formula. You know, the math, I want you guys to know the formula here. I don't care about all of this stuff. The numbers, we could use a calculator to figure that crap out. I'm not concerned about you being able to do the math. It's simple math, and you could use a calculator. So as long as you punch the numbers in, any idiot can figure it out. I want you guys to remember the formula so that you remember how to come to the conclusion. Okay? I want you guys to be able to figure it out by knowing the formulas that I'm teaching you here. Like this one, like number one, how did we come to this conclusion? We had to use the mortgage factor chart on page 196. And then it was just divided by 1,000, right? Because it was per $1,000 borrowed. So $300,000 over here, what did we do? We divided that by 1,000. That's what we were doing. So I'm going to write the divided by by $1,000 because it was per $1,000. That's what we did here. That's why we got rid of those 3 zeros. Okay. So we figured out how to calculate the monthly mortgage payment. We figured out how to calculate PITI, the principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. And then we figured out of the monthly mortgage payment, how much of that monthly mortgage payment went towards the principal. In order to do that, we had to first calculate what the interest was. So, then that gives us the annual. You take the loan amount, times it by the interest rate, it gives you the interest, the annual interest. But then you need to divide that by 12 to get the monthly. That's what we came up with here. Okay. We clear on how we got to that?
Yep.
All right. Now you just put a box around that.
Relay. Okay.
That's how we got to that. And that's pretty much the math for this chapter. But while we're here, so this is the math for some of the mortgage stuff. Okay, so this is some of the mortgage math. Now, I'm going to give you another problem here. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Be some more steps to it. So this one, we're going to have number 4. In this problem, I'm going to ask you this problem is teaching you how to calculate interest paid over the life of the loan. That gets a little more difficult. We're going to have a couple more steps involved there. Now, in our docs to email folder, there is there's one there called math problems. I'm going to pull up that math problems PDF, and I'm going to share it with you on the screen. We see it here on the screen. We're going to do this one more math problem, then we'll go to lunch, okay? As soon as I find, oh, it's the last, I think it's the last problem in this thing. Where's my page down button? Oh, got one. Page down. Oh, go all the way to the end. Oh, almost to the end. Nope, that's not it. There she goes. So on that PDF, by the way, this PDF document walks you through all these steps as well. Okay, so you guys are going to have this images for what we're working out right now on the whiteboard. I'm going to supply that to you. I'm going to actually integrate it into the slideshow and the comparing of 2 mortgage loans here. So let me just make a little note for myself to integrate mortgage math whiteboard onto slideshow chart. Okay, and then over here on this, comparing 2 mortgages. So this is the way that it works if you get this problem, and sometimes you do get it on state exam. You're not going to get this in school. And here's an example of the problem. It says, how much would you save in interest? This is the way they usually word it. How much, not how much would you pay. They say, how much would you save in interest over the life of the loan on a 25-year loan versus a 30-year loan if the loan amount is $300,000 and the interest rate is 5%? Now, there's a shortcut to this. I don't want you guys to do the shortcut because there's 2 ways to figuring this problem out and getting the number right. The shortcut, though, you're not actually figuring out the problem. So what I would ask you to do is to figure out not only how much would you save, but I want you to know how would you calculate the total interest paid over the life of the loan for these 2. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go to that mortgage factor chart on page 196. And if it's a 30-year loan at 5% interest rate, what's the factor? Well, I got it written for you right here. You guys are all seeing this in front of you right now?
Yes.
So the 25-year loan, the mortgage factor is 5.85. Can you confirm that to me, that that's correct, at 5% at $300,000? Is that correct? All right. Now, I just want to make sure you guys know how to read the chart. You put your finger on the chart where it says rate, go down to 5%, then run it across to the 25-year loan mark, and that your number there is 5.85, correct?
Yes.
And the 30-year loan mark, is that correct at 5.37?
Yes.
It is. We were just using that on our previous examples. Now, here is the tricky part. Here's the key to figuring out, to solving this math problem. We need to know the total number of payments over the life of a 25 and a 30-year loan. On a 30-year loan, it's 360 payments in 30 years. How do I know that? Well, there's 12 months in a year. 12 months times 30 is 360. Correct? Correct. and 12 months times 25 years is 300. That's how we came to these numbers. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So now what we do is we use that factor. This 300, by the way, is not the 300 from here. The 300 is from the loan amount, right? Remembering when figuring out the monthly payment, we take the amount borrowed of $300,000, and that's based off of a per $1,000 borrowed. So $300,000 divided by 1,000, you just erase those last 3 zeros, right? It gives us 300. So that's where we're getting this 300 from. 300 times 5.85 gives you a monthly mortgage payment of principal and interest of $1,755. And for the 30-year loan, times 5.37, which is the factor over here, of 1611, right?
Yeah.
So now we take those monthly PI payment amount of 1755, and we times it by 300, the amount here, and that gives us, oh, wait.
That total number.
Wait, this is supposed to be the loan amount. This number is incorrect right here on this thing, so I have to fix that. That is an incorrect number. So
360.
let's fix this. This should be 360. This is the number of months, right?
Yeah.
Times the factor. So this is the number of months, and I have it written here. Monthly PIs, principal and interest, basically the loan amount payment number of thousands borrowed times the factor. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one here. Okay. Hey.
Shouldn't that be 300? Okay.
Yeah, I put it in the wrong, I edited the wrong one. This is the one I needed to edit it, 360. Okay, so here we go. We take the monthly PI, it's the monthly principal and interest amount right here, the dollar amount, times the number of payments over the life of the loan. That's why I incorrectly had 300 here. Okay, so now we're done with that, so we're good. All right, so it's corrected. I'm gonna update this, by the way, in the shared folder, okay?
Okay.
Because that number is incorrect right here, so I'll update this. So it's 1611 times the number of months. So over the life of the loan on a 25-year loan, the total that you would have paid on a $300,000 loan amount, including the interest, principal and interest, is $526,500. And on a 30-year loan, it would be $579,960. Wow. They're almost getting double their money, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
The lender's almost getting double their money back. So how do you figure out how much of that is interest? Well, we just take that figure and we subtract the amount we borrowed, and it'll give us the interest. That calculation's a lot easier, right?
Yeah.
We don't have to calculate it. We don't have to calculate it very difficult. You know, that one's pretty easy. You just subtract the number, the amount you borrowed, and it'll give you the interest amount over the life of the loan. Versus the other math problems that we did on the whiteboard over here, which told you on the whiteboard, we figured out the
Everything all right?
the number borrowed times the factor to get the PI. Oh wait, this is what I'm trying to figure out here. We took the principal and interest, subtract the interest. We had to figure out the interest here, the monthly interest, to get the principal. So this problem that we're doing right now, right here, we were doing it opposite. We figured out what the PI was, we knew the principal, and we just subtract that and we'll get the interest. But this is for the life of the loan. And now what you do is now you take those two interest amounts, subtract one from the other, and it gives you the total savings. So it's a couple more steps because you're doing it for two loans and you're comparing them. But was anything rocket science here, or is this pretty straightforward?
Yeah, it's pretty good. And you just take your time with it.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward if you take your time with it. Understanding the formula is the important part. The numbers in a calculator, you know, it's easy to figure out. It's just if you know how to figure it out, knowing the formula, right? Now, I told you guys there was a shortcut to this. There is a shortcut. You could have skipped this step altogether, right? Figuring out what the interest was on the loan. If you just take this principal and interest from one loan and you subtract the principal and interest from the other loan, it'll give you the same number down here. Right? So if you take these two figures and subtract them from each other, it'll give you the same amount that you got down here.
Yeah, it does.
But if you do that, you're never going to know what the actual number of the money that you're paying, that the actual interest payment is. Right? So don't cheat yourselves there. There's an easy way to this wasn't easy, this wasn't hard to figure out. Now, if they give you a problem to make it a little more difficult and they ask it like this, now I doubt they will, but if they do, they may not give you the loan amount straight out in a question like I gave up here. They may give you a question that says, if the lender is offering a 30-year loan and they give you the interest rate with a 95% LTV, and you like to purchase the property for $320,000, how much would you need for a down payment to purchase it? Well, that's easy enough. They will loan you 95% of the loan amount. So you take $320,000 here, right here, $320,000 times the interest rate. Well, that's wrong. That's 5%. It should have been 4 here, right? $320,000 times 4%. Nope, this is the math problem for 5%. So I'll just change this math problem here real quick to correct it. I don't want to give you guys wrong info. So now it's all correct. So if you take 320,000 times 5%, you need to put down $16,000. So how much will they lend you? Well, if you take you want to figure that one out, how much they'll lend you. That's pretty easy too, right? So what do you do?
116,000.
Yeah, you take the $320,000 amount
minus 16.
And what do? You subtract. You could subtract it, or you could actually divide it. You could divide it by 5%. Is it dividing by 5%? I believe so. Hold on a second. 320,000 divided by 5%. Nope, it's 320,000 divided by
multiplied by 0.95.
By 95%. So 320,000 divided by 95%. Nope, that's how you build it. What am I doing?
Didn't you multiply by 0.95?
320,000 minus 5%.
It's funny divided by 5. I don't know.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm trying to clear my calculator. I'm screwing up here.
By 95%.
320,000. 320,000. You don't divide. You're right. You just subtract that 5% from it, It's pretty,
15,000.
it's straightforward. 5%. I was thinking of a different math problem, and it's screwing me up. 320,000 divide minus the 5%, and that would give you the 300,000.
316,000.
320,000 minus 5%. It gives you 16. Well, that gave you the 16.
314,000.
It's gonna be 304,000 though.
304. Sorry. Yeah.
That gives you the 304. 304,000. What the hell are we doing wrong here?
Do you do 320,000 times 95%?
No, that's correct. That's correct. So you need to have $304,000 is the loan amount.
Mm-hmm.
That's the loan amount. I forgot. I lost track of what I'm trying to teach you here. Okay, this is the loan amount, right? Sorry, I made it difficult there for you guys. Sorry, I'm confusing you. I'm the instructor. I shouldn't be doing that. Okay, so if the LTV is 95%, that means the buyer needs to put down 5% of the purchase price. So what is 5% of the purchase price? It's just straightforward. 320,000 times 5% gives you $16,000. Now, how much do you need? So how much is the loan amount going to be? Well, you take the purchase price minus the down payment of 5%, or which is $16,000 as well. And the loan amount that you need to qualify for is 304,000. Right? So that was another problem that we just did for you. Okay, so 3:38, go to lunch. Be back 1:38.
Okay. Do we have to do the poll, the attendance?
Yeah, we could throw that up there.
The second mark problem, I mean, number 4, I didn't complete copying.
Hold on one second. Let me just
This-
that. I sometimes forget after lunch. So let me see. So we left off by doing the math. We learned how to use the mortgage factor chart on page 196. We did a couple of math problems there. We finished off chapter 14. The slideshow we left off on. Oh, well, now we're on a new slideshow. I got those other whiteboards. I'm going to integrate them later. Get a note here. Say, so what chapter was that? That was chapter 14, right? So chapter 14. All right. Making a note for myself what to add to your slideshows that I'm going to be sending to you. All right, you know what? Let's do one more problem here before we get started in chapter 15. Let's do another math problem since we're all in math mode. Are we in math mode? Is that the thing? No? Yeah, I don't think so. But we will create another slide nonetheless. Let me create that slide for you. And you're probably only seeing me up here, so let's go to the whiteboard. Come on, click, click, click. Click. Taking so long. There we go. All right, so we got a whiteboard up here. We'll do a couple of other math problems too. Here is another math problem that you guys will often get. You guys figure you know how to figure out your commission. Actually, you know what? I think I discussed this with you guys already. It's another one that's right here in the Math How To Study Guide. Figuring out commission. They often tell you if a property sells for $324,000 and total commission charge is 6%, you know, I'll give you one like that right now on the whiteboard. So let me change this so you can't see it real quick. Okay, so we're gonna call this, let me move my controls so I can control the whiteboard. We're gonna call this one how to calculate commission. How to calculate commissions. All right, here we go. So how are we going to do this? Let's see. Let's make a question. The first question is going to be, if a property is listed for, or sells for, we'll keep it simple, sells for $325,000, and the total commission is 6%, and the listing agency gets, hold on, and listing agency gets 60%, and the buyer's agent gets 60%. How much does buyer's agency earn? That's a pretty simple question, pretty straightforward. See how many of you get it wrong. I'll give you a few minutes. Bust out your calculators. See if you could figure this out. The question is, if a property is sells. Boy, my English is spot on there, huh? If a property, come on. If a property sells for $325,000, let's zoom in so it's bigger. You guys can see this. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission is 6%, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, let's widen this out. The question really is, how much does the buyer's agency earn? Now, this is simple math. You guys should figure this out. We're not even throwing franchise fees or any kind of transaction fees or any BS like that. It's a straightforward question. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission charge is 6%, the listing agency is getting 60% and the buyer's agent is getting 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn?
It should be 40%, right?
Yeah.
Listing agent gets 60 and buyer's agent gets 40.
I want you to mean a number. I want you to figure this out. I haven't.
But Victor, you put 60 plus 60 is 120.
All right, this is more of a comprehension problem than it is a math problem. I want you guys to try to figure out the numbers on here. Now, don't shout them out yet because I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. I just made this problem out of thin air. This is a legit problem here. This is a legitimate problem here. And here, I'm going to call this one. Come on, let me type in here. So I'm going to call this problem number 1.
Can we say the answer if we think we know it?
Hold on 1 second. I want to go.
I'm probably wrong, but
I just want to go to my chat window really quick and see if you guys can message to individual people now or not. No, you can't. In the future meetings, you can. I went and I changed the settings that we can instant message. Figure it out. If you get it, just say, I got it.
I got it.
I got it.
And,
I think I got it.
And we'll try to hang tight for a little while. I want to give everybody an opportunity to try to figure it out. So we're going to give everybody a couple minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to be coming up with a couple of other problems for us to figure out. And I can figure this, and then I'm going to figure this one out by working it out with you on the board. Because right now, I don't know. All right. If you got it, just say that you got it, and I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to get it. I'm going to make up another math problem, and then before I start working this one out on the board, you could type in the
please comment everything. Please.
You could type in the webinar chat what your answer was, and then we'll be able to see from there, okay, who actually got it. All right. Now, walk through. This problem works. If you're not getting it because you're saying, hey, that adds up to 120%, then you're not reading the problem correctly. Let me go slow and read it one more time. And I'm going to emphasize a little bit when I read, giving you guys huge hints here. If a property sells for $325,000 and the total commission charge is 6%, if the listing agency gets 60% and the buyer's agent gets 60%, how much does the buyer's agency earn? So hopefully with the way that I read it that time, doing a little emphasis on some words there, you're able to figure out what it was that I am asking. So you got the problem there on the board. Problem number 1, figure that out while I try to type up in the meantime a second problem for us. All right. So then if those who think that they got it on the first one, you can start working on the second one if you like. All right. I just gotta give you guys a couple minutes to figure this out. I'm gonna pause the recording so we're not just recording this in the meantime. Resume the recording after the math problems. Okay, so if you're watching this recording, hopefully the next class will be better. We won't do this. But I worked out all these math problems, and we had extra math problems in the board that we made and we went through on the whiteboard, which I made available to everybody here. That's not it. Now there's that. Here we go. Last one. So we had 3 math problems that we just did, and we walked through, and I made this available to everybody of how we walk through how to calculate the commissions. This one was how to determine how many feet in an acre when you have a 2.5 acre lot, the depth of the lot, and how to figure out the width of the lot. And here's the steps we went through. And I'm going to integrate this into the slideshow, I guess we could do that. I'll put the math problems at the end of the slideshow, all right? And then we have, problem 3. If a lot sells for, it's 3 acre lot subdivided into a 50 by 100 minimum lot size, and it sells for $150,000 per lot, how many lots can you subdivide it into, and how much would the owner make selling all those lots? And we came to 26.14. We just rounded it to 26, and then 150,000 times 26 is 3.9 million. Just wanted to walk that through real quick. And let's get out of that, and we'll go back to the slideshow. So right now we are, you guys were seeing the slideshow anyway. You weren't even seeing what I was doing. I just was talking to you aimlessly again. So either way, slideshows are going to be added. Those are going to be added in there. Oh, gosh. Pausing and recording this stuff. Okay, anyway, we're on chapter 15. All right. Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, chapter 15, page 206 and 207 here. Financing techniques. Okay, on page 206, the very first sentence we're going to highlight: a purchase money mortgage is any mortgage placed when property is bought. Okay, and we're going to highlight that, and I'm just going to read to you the slides. The slides are telling us what we're going to go over in this chapter, describing finance techniques, identifying sources of financing, and explaining government influences on mortgage, which we've been already doing because we were already learning 14 and 15, kind of mixing them into the slides in the last chapter. So how lending works in a nutshell. In the last chapter segment, I created this slideshow. I added it into chapter 15 slide here. You know, banks lend their depositors money with the intent on reselling it to get it back. Most lenders are not portfolio lenders, so they need to get that money back ASAP, okay? They resell the loans shortly after originating them to investors, okay? So what's a portfolio lender? Let's just do a little recap.
Someone who lends you their own money?
Money.
Correct, okay, so a portfolio lender, so banks lend their depositors money with the intent of reselling it to get their money back, plus some interest, plus some interest paid up front. So they sell that loan, they get their money back, plus some interest, and then that investor that they sold it to may often have that bank that originated a loan continue collecting the billing, and then they pay them a service, what they call a servicing fee, to continue collecting the monthly mortgage payments for the property. Okay. So most lenders are not portfolio lenders. What's a portfolio lender? It's a not portfolio. Those are lenders who don't resell their loans. Usually, anyway. So most lenders resell their loans shortly after originating them to investors on what is termed the secondary market. So loans are originated in the primary market. Primary market lenders are primary market lenders are sources, primary market lenders are sources to borrow money to purchase real estate. And here are some examples: mortgage bankers, mortgage brokers, and credit unions. Loans are then resold in what is termed the secondary market after they've been originated in the primary market. Okay, so I guess that's just a little recap there. Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market. Okay, it's estimated they buy one out of every 10 loans. That's a crazy amount of loans. For one company, one agency to purchase one out of every 10 loans that are originated in the real estate market, that's a lot for one company. And all the other companies, all the other investment groups get the other 9, I guess. Okay, so Ginnie Mae is Fannie Mae's ugly stepsister. She purchases risky loans. And so she's also a purchaser in the secondary market. And then we have Freddie Mac, who's also a purchaser in the secondary market. They purchase portfolio loans in the secondary market. Okay, so now let's moving along. Financing techniques. So back to the book. Purchase money mortgage, often used when seller finance is often used when seller finances, and maybe first or second mortgage. Okay, but so what is a purchase money mortgage? It is
money to purchase.
Yes.
Purchase. Backwards.
Read it backwards, right? Read it backwards. Mortgage, money to purchase. That's an easy way to remember it. And purchase money mortgage, read it backwards, mortgage money to purchase. Often seller financing is referred to or it's also often referred to as seller financing, but really it's any loan, right? Read it backwards. It's a money mortgage to purchase. It's any loan used to buy real estate. Even though here they say maybe a first or second mortgage, whatever. You know what? We're going to get rid of that. Maybe a first or second mortgage. It's any loan used to buy real estate. We're just going to put that in its own slide. Any loan used to buy real estate is a purchase money mortgage. It's also referred to as seller financing. And a reverse mortgage is the next one. We're going to highlight on the right side of page 206 that a reverse mortgage is one where regular monthly payments are made to the borrower. So reverse mortgages. Monthly payments are made to the borrower, not the lender. It is the reverse.
Cash is based on equity in a loan.
Right? So it's a reverse of the norm. That's why they call it a reverse mortgage, okay? These are based on equity built in the home, okay? usually requires a lot of equity, requires you have to have a minimum of 60 to 70% equity to get a reverse mortgage. Usually requires minimum of 60 to 70% equity to qualify.
Isn't that like you're already selling the house while you're living in it, because those who are paying you and you're paying the bank are paying you based on your equity. So you're losing all the equities that you're built throughout in a home, right?
All right. Let's, I don't know if you guys realize these commercials. You know, I got to find that old commercial with that actor.
I see it every time.
And I'm going to add it. There used to be that one guy, Fred Smith or something like that. I forget his name. The bald actor from, what was it? Not NYPD, but one of those lawyer shows, you know, Law and Order. Okay. So add, what's his name? Fred Smith or something like that from Law and Order. He used to do commercials for the reverse mortgages. What chapter is this? Chapter 15 slides. Okay, so I'm going to add that video to these slides. But anyway, right now I'm just going to explain it to you. We're not wasting time. So based on equity of the loan, it requires a minimum of 60 to 70% equity to qualify. It allows senior citizens to tap into the equity. Now, why? You know, you get some people that say, oh, those are bad. You don't want to get a reverse mortgage. All right. Well, those people don't know what the hell they're talking about. A reverse mortgage serves a particular purpose. This was created. I just remember the words from the commercial. It was on TV so often, I got it burned into my head. Reverse mortgages were put into place by Ronald Reagan in the early 80s when seniors who were not retiring with huge amounts of savings allows them to live out their senior years in dignity. Okay, now what does he mean by that? Well, I remember back then I was a kid, okay? So back then I remember watching on the news, and it wasn't one time, there was multiple instances of this, where the news we were starting to see on TV, you know, people, when you're a senior citizen, if you didn't work for a company that offered a pension, or if you weren't working for the government that gives you those, you know, your lifetime pay for the rest of your life when you're no longer working, how do you get by? Social Security is not enough money to live off of, my friends. If you think it is, you are sadly mistaken. That is a lie told to you by politicians. Social Security is not enough money to live off of. It's maybe enough money to either buy some food or buy some medication. All right. And back then, they didn't have a lot of these programs. We used to have a talk show host, Montel Williams. He was always pushing, he was also a veteran. He was always also pushing these programs for drug programs for people who can't afford them and seniors. Now we got these programs in place where people who previously could not afford medication now can get it for free or discounted rates from the drug manufacturers. Now, that was all stuff these are all improvements that we just got in the last 20 years or so, 20, 30 years, okay? But back in the 80s, I remember seeing commercials on TV where they had senior citizens. They were asking, well, how do you live if you're only living off of your Social Security benefits and your small, meager savings that you have in your bank account if you don't have a big, huge nest pot that you manage to save up? Well, the seniors answered, well, I got to decide if do I buy food or do I buy my medication? Well, I mean, I need the medication to live, you know, and, you know, you get this lady or a guy, they're petting a cat, you know, they're like, well, you know, if it's nutritious, if the cat food is nutritious enough for the cat to eat, then I could live off of it too. And that was so heartbreaking, seeing on the news senior citizens who eat cat food to live, to get by.
Wow.
And those news stories struck a chord, I guess, with the president at the time. So then he started working with Congress to put some kind of a plan in place. How can we solve this? We can't just have like a forever bailout on this. I mean, how do we get seniors to be able to live. Well, you know what? A senior that has a house, they've been paying a mortgage for all those years, all their life. They've been paying into this mortgage to purchase a house. They are sitting on their retirement plan. If there was only some way that they could pull the money out of it that they could use. So they actually created this program called the reverse mortgage, and that's exactly what it does. So the lender, all that money, they have to have at least 60 to 70% the house paid off. They have to have that much equity in the house. And then the lender will pay off the current loan if there's any loan left, an additional 30 or 40% left on the loan. So it is a first mortgage. It's not a second. It will be the only loan on the house. They'll pay off any existing mortgage so that it's the only loan. And then they will make monthly mortgage payments to the borrower so that they can live out their golden years in dignity. So basically they're still getting a paycheck, but their paycheck is getting paid to them from the mortgage company, from the equity that they have built up in the house over all them years. So the question comes into play. So does the senior pay it back? How does that work? Well, this allows senior citizens to tap into the equity. So the lender is paying, we're gonna make this the first bullet point here, allow senior citizens to tap into the equity. It's based on the equity in the home, usually requires a minimum 60, 70%. Monthly payments are made to the borrower, not the lender. It is a reverse of the normal situation. Right? So the senior can live in the house, or the senior doesn't live. The senior does not pay back the loan until they sell the home or die. So if all the equity was drained out in that house, the senior is still allowed to live there for the rest of their life without making any mortgage payments. They don't have to pay this loan back until they sell the home. I don't want to say move, because sometimes they go to nursing homes and they don't sell these homes, okay? So they don't have to sell it because they move out, but they do have to sell the home. They do have to pay back the loan when they sell the home or die. So the senior does not have to pay back the loan until they sell the home or pass away, die, okay? And then what happens? Does the bank get it all? Does the bank get it all? No. So when the seniors, when the senior dies or sells the home, lender is paid back the payments made plus interest. So unlike a mortgage where you're starting out with a lump sum where you bought the house, all right, the senior's interest is based on the payments that are paid out to the senior. And interest starts accruing not on the total loan amount, but the amount that's paid out to the senior.
I have a question. What happens, like, do they have like a term for a certain amount of years? What happens if they outlive longer than what the equity or the house is worth?
well, they can't pay it all out 100% of that equity. But if they pay it all out, the senior's allowed to continue living there for the rest of their lives, but they without paying back the loan. But they're, you know, the mortgage company's not going to keep paying them. But if the value of the house goes up, though, they'll still have more equity, right? They could probably do they could refinance it or do a revaluation to get more equity out of it if the values go up over the years.
So you're saying that the reverse mortgage is only built on the equity that's in the house?
Correct.
Okay.
And if you want to learn more about reverse mortgages, I'm going to give you a little resource here. It's www.reversemortgage.org.
Let me just throw in something here that I think at the time the senior bought the house, the cost of purchasing that house was much lower. Let's say the house value like maybe $70,000. Now he lived in it for at least 20 years, 25 years.
And that's 400,000.
Yeah, 400,000. So if somebody is paying them, I don't think a senior, let's say 65, 66, is going to live for another 40, 30 years in most cases.
Well, I hope they do.
Yeah, some do. But in most cases, majority of the people died at the age of 60. 70, 71, 72.
I think they're more average ages. We're getting a lot of people that are living into their 80s,
Yes.
But 80s and 90s, I think, is I don't want to say average, but that's a normal lifespan for people. Is the 80s or 90s? You get those few that break 100, triple digits there, but 80s or 90s. Time to look at our mortality when we get that old. What kind of nest egg you guys got? Are you living month to month? Living on what's in your bank account? That's what most people do. So you should start socking it away, not just putting it in a bank account. Start building up, putting money away and having that money being invested. So if you got it in a retirement plan, hopefully you're keeping tabs on how that retirement plan is doing. What investments is whoever managing your retirement plan is investing it to build it up. Who's to say that you need to invest in commodities or whatever the heck it is that they're investing in? You could invest in real estate, a REIT, real estate investment trust. Who do REIT investors get the same tax advantages as? Mutual fund investors. Mutual funds are often used as an investment for retirement plans. So you could invest in real estate and earn a lot more back. Let's see. There's a lot of REITs out there now that are investing in tax lien certificates. Remember I told you, if you ever see these investment groups down there and they're buying up all the, paying it for everybody's taxes, let them go. Those are probably a REIT for a retirement plan. And they're just looking to resell them, okay? Make some money. Some of them will hold it on and eventually sell the homes, but they don't want to get into all that. They're just looking to hold on to it, sell it. Somebody else can make the money off of it and they make a quick buck, all right? So it's pretty steady. Because REITs, your retirement plans, they want to make sure that that they're pretty stable investments. You don't want to lose your retirement. But hopefully you guys are working on some kind of a plan for your retirement years. Okay, I don't care how old or how young you are. Never too late to start. Okay. So these are the basics of that. So is a reverse mortgage. We're going to add one more bullet point in here. And we're going to say, is a first mortgage, not a second. Okay? So it's a first mortgage, not a second. It'll be the only loan on the house. Any other questions? We good? We good. Okay. So these are some financing techniques. We have purchase money mortgage. We have reverse mortgages. We have more to go. We have shared equity mortgages. Purchaser needs financial assistance or partner receives share of profits when sold. Well, this is one I usually don't even go over because you're not getting it on exam. All right, package mortgage. Let's go over this one. Package mortgage includes fixtures and appliances. The package deal. So it's a type of loan that includes chattel. Remember that term, chattel?
Yes.
Personal property.
It's, no, what is it's tangible personal property.
Property.
There's a difference between personal property and tangible personal property, right? Because you could have intangible personal property, can't you? I'll answer your question for you. Yes, you can. Or my question for myself. So it includes fixtures and appliances. So that would be chattel. Okay. And an example of this would be useful financing furnished condominiums. Right. So if you're buying something that's a furnished condominium, or when they say furnished, what do they mean? They're not necessarily talking about the chairs and stuff. It could be, but they're usually talking about it comes with a washer, dryer, dishwasher, refrigerator, you know, those appliances. Okay. So package mortgage is also an example of a first mortgage. Okay. It's a package deal. It includes personal property and real property. So it is a loan that includes a loan for the purchase of real and personal property. It includes fixtures and appliances, chattel. Okay. It's useful in financing furnished condos. And that's usually for new construction. So in the book, on the top of page 207, they're going a little bit out of order here. Either that or they just didn't mention one of these. And they just didn't mention one of them in the slides. They just skipped it all together. How about that? Even though we have a reverse mortgage here, in this one, we could fit another one on this slide. Home equity line of credit or home equity loan.
Oh, okay. Have to just give us in a book.
Yeah, home equity loan. I mean, I'd rather have that up there than shared equity. You're not even going to see, you're never going to see that or probably even use it for that matter. So a home equity loan. I'm going to add here. Second mortgage for the, it's a second mortgage. Lump sum or line of credit. So it can be paid out as a lump sum or line of credit. You could get a credit card sometimes and you could draw on that home equity loan. But a home equity loan is a second mortgage. It's you could still have a mortgage on a house and still get a home equity loan. Okay. Must start paying it back right away. Unlike a reverse mortgage where you don't got to pay it back until you die or sell the property, home equity loans, you're going to have to make your monthly payments on them as you build a balance up. Okay. Just to change the wording a little bit here on these reverse mortgages, I'm going to give you an example of this. So it's based on equity in the home. Monthly payments are made to the borrower, not the lender. It's the reverse of the normal mortgage. Instead, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say, I'm going to word that another way. I'm going to word it more as the way that they word it on exams. Mortgagee makes small monthly payments to the mortgagor. Ooh, that's an interesting way to put it, huh?
Wow, I mean, I thought home equity loan is just the appreciation in your house that you can use to go and credit something else.
Well, no,
But any kind of lender.
no, I went back to the reverse mortgage here for a second. You see what I got here on the screen here?
Oh, okay. All right.
I went back to the reverse mortgage for a sec. So I changed the line here. I changed this big write-up, you know, that says that the bank is making payments to the borrower, to the senior. I changed that and I reworded it to a way that you're going to see on exam. This bullet point right here that I have highlighted. The mortgagee, who's that? That's the lender. They make small monthly payments to the mortgagor, the borrower. Building up debt. So we elaborated on it. The mortgagee makes small monthly payments to the mortgagor, building up debt. Whereas normal mortgage, you're actually paying down debt. Right?
Yes.
All right. This is wording that's going to be familiar. That's why I went back in there for you. I just recalled it. Okay. Hint, hint. Nod, nod. Wink, wink. Okay. All right. So financing techniques continued. We got the shared equity. We got the package mortgage. We got the home equity line of credit. This is a form of second loan. You do need to know, out of all of these, which one is a second mortgage?
Home equity loan.
Okay. Okay, a blanket mortgage. A blanket mortgage.
By multiple property.
Secured by more than one parcel, used to finance subdivision developments. Okay, so a blanket mortgage would be like, let me draw you a picture real quick. I'm not going to put this picture in the notes though. So we're just going to use Zoom's crappy whiteboard. And here's an example of a blanket mortgage. You would get a loan to buy a large piece of property. And then you subdivide that. Let's say that you put we're going to put a cul-de-sac street in here. How about that? And then this is lot number 1. We got lot number 2, 3. So we got lot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So if we got 6 lots here, you could sell. Let's talk about a regular mortgage for a second. A regular mortgage loan, your typical mortgage loan, as you pay off. What is the clause in the mortgage that says it says that when you sell the property, you have to pay off the loan in full? Also known as the due on sale clause.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Oh, wait. No.
Alienation. The alienation clause, also known as the due on sale clause. It basically says that upon sale, you have to pay back that loan in full. Well, this loan is a bit different. A blanket mortgage has something that's called a partial release clause. So on page 207, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th paragraph down. Highlight blanket mortgage covers more than one parcel or lot and is used to finance subdivision developments. These mortgages often include a provision known as a partial release clause. That partial release clause would allow me to sell off one lot out of 6, and then I only pay back 1/6 of that loan. If I sell off a second lot, I pay back 2/6 of that loan. If I sell off a third lot, 3/6, so on and so forth. I pay back half of it, you know. So that's what the partial release clause allows you to sell off a smaller lot off of a larger one without having to repay the whole loan. It's called a partial release clause that would allow you to do that. Make sense?
Yep.
Okie dokie. So that's the blankie, the blanket mortgage. So, so the blanket mortgage is secured by more than one parcel, used to finance subdivision developments, and it has a partial release clause that would allow selling a smaller lot off a larger, and only paying back a portion of the loan. Okay, so it has a partial release clause. Okay, so these have a partial release clause.
Can you show the PowerPoint, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Where we go? Come on, PowerPoint, PowerPoint, PowerPoint. So it has a partial release clause. And this would allow selling a smaller lot off a larger one. Off a larger one, only paying back a portion of the loan as the lots are sold. And I'm going to put in there, just to clarify, it's kind of like a modified alienation clause. So I'm going to put sort of, right? It is sort of a modified alienation / due on sale clause, right? Just so that you better understand it. I'm just clarifying that there. Because the due on sale clause would normally call the whole debt due and owing immediately if you sell it. All right. A wraparound mortgage, you're not getting these on exams, but just to understand it, can you guys see the video of me somewhere on your screen at all or no?
Yes.
Okay, so let's pretend that this, let me get something that's better viewable. Okay, let's pretend that this highlighter is a mortgage. This is my mortgage loan that I have on my property. Okay, that is the mortgage. Now, if this mortgage is assumable, what does that mean? It does not usually have a alienation or due on sale clause in it. Because if you don't have a due on sale clause in it, then you could sell the property without having to pay back the whole loan. As long as you keep on making your mortgage payments to the lender, they don't care. So I'm able to sell this property to somebody and have them either assume the loan, or I could give them seller financing, and I'll charge them 1% more than I'm paying on my financing. This loan's at 4%, I'm gonna charge them 5%. This other loan that I give them is a separate loan, it has nothing to do with this one. That loan wraps around the other loan without disturbing the underlying financing. You guys understand that? So the two loans have nothing to do with each other. They do not disturb each other. The new loan does not disturb the underlying financing. It wraps around. Okay? That's where they get that terminology. That's the best way I get to explain it, I guess. But you're not going to get anything about it on exam. So let's do some highlighting in the book. Back to page 207. In the first paragraph, last line, there's the reversemortgage.org. You could underline that, highlight that, whatever, so that you could have that as content for your notes. Then we have the home equity loan. We're going to highlight home equity loan is a form of second mortgage. Next paragraph, highlight a homeowner who's selling one residence and buying another may find it necessary to purchase the new home before the closing date on the present one. Okay, go to the next line, and at the end of the line, highlight bridge loan, swing loan, or interim financing. This is usually a short type of loan. It's known as a bridge loan, swing loan, or interim financing. And do they have a slide for it that discusses it at all? No, they don't even mention the bridge loan. So that sucks. So we're going to have to make another slide here. We're going to make another slide and put it right before this, the one that we were just on. So we're going to call it a bridge loan. Let's see, bridge loan, also known as a swing loan or interim financing. All right, this is a short-term loan. Oh, what am I doing? It when a home seller must buy a new home before closing on their current one, closing on the sale of their old one. Most people can't afford a mortgage on 2 homes. So these are used. They're used when a home seller must buy a new home before closing on the sale of their old one. It's a short-term loan, usually not more than 6 months. So this is used so that the seller can afford to pay the mortgage on 2 homes. Used so that the seller buyer can afford the payment, the temporary payments on 2 homes. This is why they call it a bridge loan, swing loan, or interim financing. This type of a loan is used to bridge the gap. Okay, bridge the gap so that they could swing the payment in the interim until they could sell their current home. So it's used when a home seller must buy a new home before closing the sale on their old one. It allows them to bridge the gap so they can swing the payment. You can see where they get the terminology from here, bridge loan. It allows them to bridge the gap so that they could swing the payment in the interim.
Yeah, the answers are sometime in there. Yeah.
You know? So all right. That's good. That's all we need to know that. Okay. Now, usually when people are selling one home and buying another, we try to coincide their closings, but that's not always possible. You know, I may make a note over that here. And this is not a bullet point. This is just a note we'll make here that Usually when a seller is buying a new home, we perform coinciding closings basically at the same time, the same day, or the next day, close to each other, right? So the owner does not have to make payments on 2 mortgages. Most people can't afford that or afford to. So here is the option. A bridge loan would fit that bill just fine, wouldn't it? All right, next. Blanket mortgage, we went over that. I explained the wraparound mortgage. An open mortgage is probably not going to get this on exam, but I'll still give you an example here. So I'm not going to bold in it. But an open mortgage, the seller never closes, or the borrower never closes the loan. As they build equity, they can continue to draw on it. Kind of like a bank account. I'm gonna put that there. Kind of like a bank account. Or credit card. Yeah, kind of like a credit card, because you got to pay it back. Right? So we had package mortgage, blanket mortgage, the bridge loan, open-end mortgage, and then lastly, a construction loan. So a construction loan. Finances new construction. So therefore, it is a first loan, not a second, right? It's a first loan, not a second. This is not home improvement. This is not an improvement loan. Yeah, for home improvement. Not for home improvements. And it often carries higher interest rates, okay? And the lender pays the contractors directly in stages as the work is done and verified by an appraiser. So an appraiser will go out multiple times during the construction phases. It may be 1, 2, 3 phases of your typical construction of a home and construction. And the contractor has to supply the materials and do the work up front. And then they will be reimbursed by the lender in stage 1, once stage 1 is completed to a certain point. And an appraiser will go out to verify that all the work that was agreed upon for stage 1 to be completed, to be considered complete, is done. The appraiser goes out, they verify it. If all the work was done to the bank's satisfaction, the appraiser's satisfaction, then they will report back to the bank. The bank will release the funds to the contractor, and then they could get paid back their money that they have out, and they will be now beginning stage 2 of the construction project, and so on and so forth. So they don't give a lump sum payment to the homeowner and hope they spend it on doing the construction on the house and not going to AC or Sands in or Parks Casino or anything like that, right? It's not called Sands anymore. They changed their name, whatever. Wind Creek. Okay. Let's see. Hope that they don't go to a casino and try to double that money, right? So they pay it directly out to the contractors. So these contractors usually need to be verified as well. So this is a construction loan. And this construction loan, is a first loan, not a second. It's not a home improvement loan, okay? Although, you know, you can get loans out there. People call them construction loans, but in essence, they are home improvement loans. A home improvement loan may already have an existing mortgage on it, though. This is one loan for the property and the construction, okay? Sale leaseback. Tell me what that is. Tell me what that is without reading this. I'm not even gonna, I'm gonna close that screen. Tell me what a sale leaseback is.
Leasing back a sale.
Sale leaseback.
You can sell your property and lease it back from the user. I mean the buyer.
Okay, so wait, yeah. So a sale leaseback is you are the seller, you're selling the property and then you're leasing it back from the new owner. So land and building are sold to an investor, leased back by the original owner, frees up cash for working capital. So often this is for commercial real estate. How do we work? How would we word this? Another way of wording that, would be, got my sticky pad notes here that flew away on me. So another way of wording that is another way of wording it it's an arrangement where the mortgagor becomes the lessee. Oh, I just word it that way. The mortgagor becomes the lessee. Right? So the mortgagor, that was the old owner who had the loan on any loans that may have been on the property. And now they become the lessee, the tenant. I think that's the way that they were on an exam, so I'm giving it to you there, hint, hint. Nod, nod, wink, wink. Yeah. But you see how they could play with it a little bit? They want to make sure that you understand the terminology. So they'll tell you a financing situation where the mortgagor becomes the lessee. Or seller-buyer arrangement, because this is what they're referring it to as here. A sale leaseback is a type of seller-buyer arrangement. Let's look at another type of seller-buyer arrangement. We have seller financing. We have seller financing, where the seller, your typical seller financing, the seller takes back a mortgage. What do they mean they take it back? The seller is taking back a mortgage. Well, what's a mortgage? It's a promise to pay. Doesn't the lender take the promise?
Yes.
So we can understand what we mean when they say they take back a mortgage. So the seller takes back a mortgage. Or we could have an arrangement where the seller takes back the mortgage and the borrower makes monthly payments and receives the deed right away. Just like if they receive the financing from a bank. Isn't there another type of seller financing like this though?
Yeah, land contract.
Yeah, we got it. I was going to put that here as another bullet point, but they actually got it right here. So I'm just going to change, I'm going to swap the order of this. Put it right there, right next to it. You got a land contract. And that's a type of seller financing. Land contract is a type of seller financing where the buyer does not, where the buyer does not receive the deed until the full amount owed is paid, right? Buyer makes monthly installment installment payments. This is why they also refer to it as a installment sale contract. Yeah, I guess I could put that in its own slide or in its own bullet point there. Referred to as an installment sales contract. Why? Because I said so. The buyer makes months, no, they make monthly installment payments and wait for the deed, right? So buyer does not get deed until full amount owed is paid. That's a financial interest called, what do we call it?
Land contract or the financial interest.
Financial interest that the buyer has is called equitable title. They don't own the property until they pay off the full amount, but they do have a financial interest in it called equitable title. They do not gain ownership until the seller gives them the deed. Buyer does not get ownership buyer does not get ownership until full amount is paid. That's when the seller will hand them the deed, which transfers the ownership, okay? Then we have lease options. Any contract that has an option in it must be prepared by attorneys, right?
Yeah.
Lease. So what is a lease option? Like a lease with an option to buy, right?
Yep. It's unilateral, right?
Yes. This is an example of a lease option. Now, how do these lease options work? It's like you're leasing the property and you have an option to purchase it at a predetermined or pre-agreed upon purchase price by a predetermined deadline, okay? And then we have, let's see, a lease purchase. What is a lease purchase? A lease purchase is you are leasing the property and you will definitely purchase it. I'm not going to put in a whole definition there. Lease purchase, you're leasing the property, then you're definitely going to purchase it at a later time.
Yeah.
And then you have a sale lease back, which we went over on a previous slide. You're selling the property and then leasing it back. And what's the typical reason for that?
On a shopping center.
You're just cashing out some of your equity. You're
Yeah.
cashing out your equity now. That's it, right? Getting working capital to use for expansion of your business or upgrading your machinery or whatever it is that you need, right? All right, getting working capital. Now, sources of real estate financing. Well, let me see. Do we have anything to highlight here in the book? No. Turn the page. On page 208, just going to highlight seller financing, the title. We're going to highlight just the title on each bullet point. Seller financing, lease option, lease purchase, land contract, and sale lease back. Just like we had in that slideshow in the last one.
Yeah.
And then do we know what a primary mortgage market is and a secondary market is?
Yeah.
What's a primary market?
Primary market is the original loan you pick up to purchase a property.
Correct.
And secondary mortgage is when you do home improvement, like the United States.
Not second mortgage, secondary mortgage market.
Oh, secondary mortgage market is
where the loan
the one that buys the original mortgage.
Okay. So basically, to word it in a different way, the primary market is where loans are originated to buyers to acquire real estate, and the secondary market is where those loans are resold to investors that had been those loans originated in the primary market are then resold to investors in what is termed or deemed secondary market. So we're going to highlight primary under sources of real estate financing, the primary mortgage market. We're going to highlight primary mortgage market lenders who supply funds to borrowers as an investment. Lenders may originate loans for the purpose of selling them to other investors as what is termed the secondary mortgage market. And who do you get them from? Who do you get loans from to acquire real estate in the primary mortgage market? Mortgage bankers, mortgage brokers, and credit unions. We went over that in the last chapter. So you could see that on the right side of page 208. So now, how does applications for credit work? Okay, so let me see. This slideshow is just going over those same things. Okay, so applications for credit, how does that work? Well, the process is called underwriting. Underwriting is the process which the lender carefully investigates the application information. They study credit reports and appraisal of the property. Here, let me word this another way. They process through which the lender carefully investigates the application information. Lender examines all the buyer's financials. They study credit reports and an appraisal of the property. I'm going to say they study, well, credit reports are part of the buyer's financials, right? Buyer's financials and credit report. I'm going to put that all in one. And credit. Determining their risk to lend to the lender. And then the property information. Examines the property information. Appraisal, wood destroying insect report. Okay. All right. Anyway, so they examine the property information like appraisals and wood destroying insect reports. Okay, lender examines all the buyer's financials and credit. Buyer's information, financials, credit history, determining risk to lender. Boom. Before deciding whether to grant the loan. So if underwriter decides to grant the loan, a mortgage commitment letter is given to the buyer committing to giving the loan. Oh, loan commitments. If underwriter decides to grant the loan, a mortgage commitment letter is given to the buyer.
Stupid question, but can they actually like rescind a loan commitment or no?
Sure can.
Okay.
They often check your credit at the moment of closing, right at the closing table, just before the funds are released. Whoever the closing agent is has to check. They have to do a last minute check, and the lender does the last. They have to wait for the lender to give them the final approval. So what are they waiting on? The lender's doing a last minute credit check to make sure there are no last minute things on your credit report, for example, that you made any large purchases or leases or bought any things, large furniture, putting on layaway that could affect your debt to income ratio and make it so that you no longer qualify for the loan. This is why we as the agents have to make sure that we make that as a stickling point to our buyers, letting them know that don't go making any of these large purchases. Don't go leasing things. Don't go putting stuff on layaway beforehand.
Don't co-sign for your causing.
It could really screw up your transaction. It really can.
Co-sign a car, a brand new car.
Anybody before closing want to get me a Range Rover? That'd be great. Thank you.
Pre-approved loans and
Qualification.
Qualification. Okay, so loan pre-approval and pre-qualification. So which is better?
Pre-approval.
Definitely is. Pre-qualification. Did this first, working toward a.
That's from the real estate agent, right?
Well, they get it through the mortgage rep, but we should make sure they get this before we go out shopping and wasting our time showing them homes or anything. Wouldn't it be helpful to know if they could even afford to buy the house, if they even can qualify to get the loan?
Yeah.
Approval, better than qualification. Info is verified. Okay, so they get so pre-qualification. Get this first, working towards a pre-approval. A better way to explain that, pre-qualification letter? A quick check of credit report or credit scores. Yeah, credit report / scores. And quick check of the credit report and scores and stated income and debts. Unverified as of now, right? So at minimum, you start out getting this. So getting qualified for the loan, you have the pre-qualifications first, then you work towards getting that pre-approval. And then lastly, they give you a commitment letter, which is once the lender has committed to giving you the loan. It's gone through the entire underwriting process. After the borrower, and borrower has completed the underwriting process. If underwriter decides to grant the loan, a mortgage commitment letter is given. So what do we call that document?
The mortgage commitment letter is called?
It's called a commitment letter.
Contract to make a loan, creates a contract to make a loan.
Yep, so the lender is committing to grant the loan.
But it's not yet a contract, right?
Well, it's always subject to certain things.
Yes, subject
It
to.
has an asterisk under it's provided that they only issue that commitment letter, you know, after they got all the information about the individual and after they got the information about the property and it's gone through the whole underwriting process. Now it's got an asterisk there, provided that nothing changes in the situation by the time you close, provided that you don't lose your job or there's any significant changes in income, maybe due to like coronavirus, right? That could drastically reduce your hours, you know, or other factors, you know, maybe the business is just slowed down. They, for whatever other reason, that they don't need you as much. So it's a cutback in your income. It could affect your qualification to purchase the house, right? There you go. All right. So applications for credit. They go over to FICO credit scores. It's the Fair Isaacs credit score rating system, which is one of the more popular ones out there. Statistical method to determine credit worthiness. Now, scores are used by, these are the scores that are often used by credit bureaus. You got the three major credit bureaus. What are they? You got Experian,
Equifax, TransUnion.
Equifax, and TransUnion, right? These are the three major credit reporting agencies that are considered in that. Now, if you get three credit scores, one from each. Hold on a second. I want to do something. See if I can do something right here on this slide here. You get three credit scores, one from each. You have one that's. Here, I'm going to do it this way. Experian gave you a score of 740, and they give you a score of 720, and TransUnion gave you a score of what they give you a score of 730.
Let's just say something.
710. Okay.
All right.
What's your credit score?
710.
Don't they take the average?
Some people say you take the average. Some people say you take the lower. They really don't put. They really don't. The lenders don't think about it that much. This is what the lender does. The lender will just pick the one in the middle.
Oh, interesting.
Very scientific, right? They just pick the one in the middle.
So if there was an extreme 740, 640, and
Well, usually you're not going to get that wide of a gap from the three agencies. You know, there may be some gap, like there's example here from 740 to 710, but usually you're not going to have a 100-point gap in between the agencies. If you do, there's something wrong.
well, I mean,
The lender is going to know that there's something wrong, and they're going to want to know what's getting reported to one agency and what is not on the other, or what's been removed recently from one and not from the other. There's something up there, and that raises a flag to the underwriter to look into it deeper. Okay. All right. So qualifying ratios. What are qualifying ratios used to determine? That'd be a good question. So let me see. I usually like to give people a definition for qualifying ratios. Because it's you're going to need to know it, so that's why. Move this up here. Does that move with it? Good. I think it did. So qualifying ratios are used to. Here, let me see. I'm going to put an example. An example of a I don't know what the heck that is. An example of a qualifying ratio. An example, I don't have to repeat that, it says qualifying ratio. An example is a debt to income ratio used to determine the maximum monthly expense for housing a borrower could afford to pay.
Determine monthly.
And then I'm going to put there, damn it, go there. Pity. Isn't that your total monthly expense for housing? Pity?
Mm-hmm.
So qualifying ratios are used by lenders to determine the maximum monthly expense for housing that you could afford to pay. Pity. So the example of a qualifying ratio is a debt to income ratio. Now, it's incorrect to say qualifying ratios are used to determine your how much of a loan you could get. That's wrong. Banks do it the other way. They reverse engineer it. They figure out first how much you could afford to pay monthly, and then they reverse the math on that to see how much of a loan you could afford. Remember the math that we did in last chapter with using that mortgage factor chart? We went by how much loan, based on how much loan you can afford, what the monthly payment was. Over here, we're doing the opposite. Based on your monthly mortgage that you could afford to pay, we're going to see how much you can get in a loan. Okay? We don't do that, the lender does. Okay, now an example, they say often 2836. So this is an example of a qualifying ratio. $28.36. That means the housing cost, the payments on long-term debt. Okay, so let me see. It's easier if we just read it here in the book. On the right-hand side of page 209 at the top, we're going to read, with each mortgage plan offered, a lender specifies certain qualifying ratios to be applied to each borrower. A typical ratio may be 28:36. I've seen them a lot higher than this, okay? And probably average is higher than this these days. But a typical qualifying ratio is 28:36. Well, what does that mean? A borrower is allowed to spend up to 28% of their gross monthly income for a housing expense, PITI, or up to 36% of income, including other expenses on long-term debts. The lender calculates the maximum monthly payment each way and only allows the lower figure. And then they go on to say certain mortgage payments, a ratio of up to 43% is sometimes allowed. I've seen 48, 49% before. Okay, so example of a qualifying ratio would be 28:36. So the 28 would be the monthly income for housing expense, right? Would be monthly income for housing expense. And the 36 part would be, what they're talking about there is a percentage ratio. It's a 36% or a 28%. 28, 30.
So that 36% will include your
would be all of your long-term payments. So it'd be all
would that be like your car note and all those things?
Debt obligations.
Okay.
Okay, so they factor in all the long-term debt obligations. So they calculate the maximum monthly payment will allow only the low, let me see, income including other payments on long-term debts. So they calculate the income. They would calculate income and all long-term debts. Calculate income and all long-term debts. Okay. Sometimes 40, sometimes 43. It really, I would say, depends on lender. It could be higher. Could be higher. Okay. I'm going to even throw in there 48 because they say 43. I'm going to say 48. I have seen it that high before. So it depends on a lender. And this, you know, this average is probably higher than that too. It's all based on risk, the risk to the lender, right? Next, government influence in mortgage lending. We have the government has a lot of influence in lending practices, don't they?
Yeah.
So if we look to the book on page 209, we have the government influence in mortgage lending. They have the FHA, or on the slideshow, they have some of the stuff here. But some of the government influence in lending, they have FHA insured and VA guaranteed loans, right? Do they have any of this on this slideshow? No. The Federal Reserve System, which it has the name Federal Reserve, but ironically it has nothing to do with the federal government. The Rec D, that's the former Farmer Home Loan Administration, right? All of these are governmental programs. It also deals with secondary mortgage market through Federal National Mortgage Association. That's Freddie Mac. We have the Government National Mortgage Association. That's Ginnie Mae, the ugly stepsister. And the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, which is, first one was Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, and then Freddie Mac, okay? And then we have the Federal Reserve System. What is the Fed? Often referred to as the Fed. So the Federal Reserve System, or the Fed, right? It's actually not a part of the government. These are, it's an association of all the bank owners. that that they get together and they determine what the rates are that they're going to be charging. Now, the government does have some influence over them, though. If they want to do banking in the United States, can the president or the main what do we call that guy? The main financial guy in the government, they have a say over the what the Federal Reserve is going to charge. They could go to them and try to negotiate, but they don't have a final say in it. I don't know if you guys see on TV, President Trump, sometimes he's arguing all the time. Oh, the Fed, they're a bunch of idiots. They raised the rates. I'm telling them to lower the rates. They raise it too soon. And they're like, no, we know what we're doing, you know? And then you see like the next week, oh, the Fed lowered the rate because they realized they raised it too soon. So there's always this kind of contentious thing going on. But they're trying to, the Fed is trying to maintain fair, solid credit practices and the rates based off of how stable the markets are. And the politicians are trying to usually negotiate with them to either keep the rates lower so that they can get that better economy. But the Fed's there trying to determine, oh, we think the economy is better now, so we're going to order the banks to raise the rates that they're basically charging off of, which is that applicable AFR, applicable federal rate. Okay, and then we have so the government influence in the secondary market would be. Let's turn the page. We have Fannie Mae. Their stock symbol is FNMA. You see this on the slideshow right now, and you could actually see this. If on exams they don't give you the it's saying Federal National Mortgage Association or Fannie Mae, if they just give you a stock symbol like this, FNMA, sound it out. FNMA. You could kind of sound it out, right? FNMA by their stock symbol. Now, the Government National Mortgage Association, that's what it was formerly called. That's Ginnie Mae. Their stock symbol is, I'm going to say, or Ginnie Mae, just like they have up there. Or their stock symbol, which is GNMA. GNMA. Ginnie, right? You could sound it out. Ginnie Mae. Ginnie Mae, right? And then you have the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, or Freddie Mac, also known as Freddie Mac. Or their stock symbol, which you are not going to sound out, is FHLMC.
Fulma.
You ain't sounding that out. But Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. But still, it's Freddie Mac. That's the old name of it. So I guess they never changed their stock symbol. Freddie Mac is actually FHLMC for the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. Okay. Moving along. So wait, why did I even mention this to you? Well, first of all, the Fed, they tries. The Fed, they do try. They, caps lock, try to counter inflationary trends. To maintain a steady economy, or steady financial, let's see, how the hell would they word this? They don't have it here. I'm not looking for it. It's somewhere in there. So they try to counter inflationary trends to maintain a steady economy and credit situation. So. To counteract inflationary and deflationary trends. Okay, so that's how they work. They try to counter inflationary and deflationary trends. What do they say? To maintain sound credit conditions. To maintain sound credit conditions. Sounds like a government spoon-fed definition. All right. So government does have influence in the secondary market. We got Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, Freddie Mac. All righty, there we go. Let's lower these, make those a little bit smaller. The Fed, Fannie Mae, ugly stepsister, Ginnie Mae, and lastly, Freddie Mac. Right. Get it? All right. Non-conforming loans. Well, let's go to the book. Under Fannie Mae, we have something else for Fannie Mae in here? Did we go over that earlier? Or was that last chapter? No, last chapter we didn't go over it in any specificity.
Yeah, nice.
And this chapter was just on this slide. So we have to put some information about Fannie Mae.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to put some information about Fannie Mae. So Fannie Mae is the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market, right? Federal National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae. We did have a slide with something on this crap, didn't we? I don't know. I remember something about it. Well, anyway, they are the largest purchaser of loans in the secondary market. Okay, they purchase 1 out of every 10 loans. When they announce, okay, so when they announce, when Fannie Mae announces, when they announce they will buy a loan, you know, the criteria of the loans they will purchase, when they announce the criteria of the loans they will purchase. I'm gonna say when they announce, when they change. They change their criteria for the loans they will purchase. Often lenders change their what do we call it? Their loan criteria, their lending criteria to match. So, do you think Fannie Mae has great influence over the lending practices?
Yep.
Yeah. If this one agency changes the criteria of the loans that they will purchase, because remember, most banks, they write loans with the intent of reselling them on the secondary market, right? So if they're writing loans and and when they write loans, the local banks are changing their lending criteria to match it, I would say they got a lot of influence. Wouldn't you?
Yep.
Just changing this around a little bit, the layout. All right. Any loan that meets Fannie Mae's guidelines, what do we call it? It's called a conforming loan. So called a conforming loan. Okay, so when they change their criteria, okay, so any loan that meets Fannie Mae's guidelines is called a conforming loan. So what do you think that they call a loan that does not meet Fannie Mae's lending guidelines?
Non-conforming?
You are sharp. Yes. So a conforming loan meets Fannie Mae's guidelines, whereas a loan that would be larger than one that meets Fannie Mae's lending limits, what would we call that? A non-conforming loan, right? So non-conforming, an example of this would be a jumbo loan. But I think we're going to have something on that. So I'm not going to put that right here. So we'll just keep that. So a conforming loan meets Fannie Mae's lending guidelines. All right, so in the book, under Fannie Mae, in the second paragraph, second sentence, highlight loans that meet Fannie Mae's lending guidelines are called conforming loans. Okay. Fannie Mae operates under a shareholder-owned company. Now check this out. Fannie Mae used to be privately owned organization. It was owned by investors. And sure, the government worked with them by selling government bonds to investors. But due to all the bailouts, Fannie Mae was buying a lot of the secondary market loans. When those loans were resold, some of those loans were FHA loans. Fannie Mae bought 1 out of every 10, if not more. So Fannie Mae was holding on to a lot of FHA loans that ended up failing. So Fannie Mae is now owned by we, the taxpayer, we the people. When I say it's owned by the government, it's owned by us. So the book, this version of the book changed it to calling it a shareholder-owned company. But it's not really, it's owned by the government. Let me continue reading the sentence. Operating under a congressional charter. Yeah, Congress. So they provide secondary mortgage market, money market. The corporation raises funds and purchasing loans by selling government guaranteed Fannie Mae bonds at market interest rates. So that's how they're getting their money. Operating under a shareholder-owned company under congressional charter. Just in case you hear any wording about that, which one operates under, is a shareholder-owned company operating under a congressional charter or anything along those lines? Well, it's Fannie Mae. Freddie Mac, they purchase loans. They purchase secondary market loans. Well, actually, this is a given because the title up here is government influence in the secondary market. They purchase conventional loans from portfolio lenders. The thing that you should not mix up is what a conventional loan is and what a non-conventional loan is. A conventional loan, probably at the beginning of in last chapter we discussed. And I'm going to open up that slide. Here's the recent. Can you open up the slide real quick? What was last chapter was 14, right? There we go. Chapter 14. I'm gonna have to open that up a second. When we talked about the conventional loans, and I have to update it a little bit. So in this chapter 14 slideshow I have open now in front of you, conventional loans are directly between the lender and borrower with no influence from outside sources. There was a point somewhere where I said that you get them from portfolio lenders, right?
Mm-hmm.
There we go, this slide. Conventional loans directly between the borrower and lender with no third-party involvement or influence. You get them from portfolio lenders. I'm going to say, do not confuse them. Do not confuse with conforming loans. Okay, now, what is a conforming loan?
Conforming loan is when lender
Requirements of Fannie Mae.
guidelines made from, yeah.
Yep, it's, so do not confuse with conforming loans. That's all I'm going to throw in there for that chapter. And then we're going to go back to our, hello. We're going to go back to chapter 15 slide here. And so conforming loans meet Fannie Mae's lending guidelines. And over here, I'm going to put don't confuse with conventional loans. What's that? So the conventional loan is one that you get from who? Portfolio lenders. Right? Conventional loans from portfolio lenders. Okay.
Hey, Victor.
Yes, sir.
Quick question for the test. Do they just do they kind of like go by chapter, not by chapter, but like do they kind of keep all the questions that are like in the same
They're all
area?
up, nah, they mix them up.
Okay.
It's computer generated. They mix them up. They're all over the place. The school exam probably would. State exam's more all over the place. You know, school exam probably does it more in order.
Gotcha.
Okay. So non-conforming loan, we're going to highlight on the right side of page 210, second paragraph. Loans higher than the secondary market limit are known as jumbo non-conforming loans. Who do you get those from? Portfolio lenders. And did we write something about that in that chapter 13 one? No, chapter 14? You may not have. Open that up again real quick.
What's that?
That was me.
There are three value approaches.
So conforming loans are possibly, they could possibly be a jumbo loan, which would be larger in size, right? Which
Non-conforming loan.
Yeah, we got them actually on the next slide. The next slide talks about them. All right, so Ginny Mae, Jenny Mae. Okay, we're good here. This is all done. We're all done on this slide. All right. We didn't make any other changes. That's it. All right, because the next slide talks about it. Loans that do not meet the uniform underwriting standards. Or let me put this here. Fannie Mae lending guidelines. So they're you get them from portfolio lenders. Portfolio lenders can be flexible in their guidelines. Jumbo loans. What is a jumbo loan? It is non-conforming.
Higher market limits.
Larger than the lending limits on loans Fannie Mae will buy. Starting to sound like a massive conspiracy here. So what's a larger, what is a jumbo loan? It's jumbo in size. It's larger than the lending limits of Fannie Mae. So any loan that Fannie Mae is willing to buy, a jumbo loan is larger than that. Like if you want to buy a home for multi-million dollars. Well, remember, we already went through the FHA lending guidelines and how much they go up to. But you may not be able to get a single family house for multi-million dollars and get a mortgage loan for it. So even rich people get loans to buy these homes. But when they get these loans, who do they get them for? They're obviously not conforming. Who do you get non-conforming loans from?
A portfolio.
Yes, exactly.
Portfolio lenders, yeah.
So it is non-conforming. Jumbo loan is non-conforming. It is larger than than Fannie Mae's lending limits. Than those Fannie Mae will buy. Larger than loans Fannie Mae will buy. Non-conforming, larger than those that Fannie Mae will buy. Get them from portfolio lenders. Could also be, let's see, so portfolio lenders would also give loans to borrowers with unusual credit situations. And portfolio lenders, all these here, all these you get from portfolio lenders. And they're, portfolio lenders can be flexible in their guidelines. They can be used for these situations. And then you also could get jumbo loans from them. Jumbo loan is a non-conforming loan, larger than those that Fannie Mae are willing to buy. You get them from portfolio lenders. Boom, that's it. Bing, bing, bing. All right. You guys remember, you guys recall Regulation Z?
Yes.
Part of the Truth in Lending Act, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're finally getting to it.
TILA, RISPA, integrated disclosure.
Well, not TILA, that's just the TILA part, Truth in Lending Act.
Yeah.
Okay. Regulation Z implements the Truth in Lending Act. And it requires credit institutions to inform consumers of the true cost of obtaining credit. Allows consumers to compare costs of various lenders, avoiding the uninformed use of credit. So it requires full disclosure and truth in advertising when talking about financing in an ad. Remember that? think, what was that, chapter 2? I
Yeah.
think we touched upon this in chapter 2.
Mhm.
All right. So Regulation Z requires full disclosure and truth in advertising when talking about financing in an ad. When? When certain triggering terms are used. Okay, so the triggering terms are, what are the triggering terms? Let's see. Here are the triggering terms. If you mention in an ad an interest rate, monthly payment, down payment amount, or term. You know what? I can put this all in one. We don't need all of them. Term. Down payment or term. So if you mention any of these, that would trigger the full disclosure requirement, right? So these are triggering terms requiring full disclosure. Boom. Go back one. Part of full disclosure would be
You gotta use word to qualify buyers.
to those who qualify,
Or those who qualify.
or to a qualified buyer. Right? Because if you don't use these terms,
You'll be fine.
aren't you blanketly advertising the financing to everybody?
Yes.
So a full disclosure statement must be discriminating. You have to state, what the hell just happened here? Must be discriminating. You have to state to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. In advertisements. And then you have to disclose something else. What do you got to disclose? The APR, down payment amount, if required. Then, and the term. It looks like we're a little bit late now. I don't mind if you don't, too. So here we go. What were the penalties for violating an administrative order of Regulation Z?
$10,000 a day? Was it that one?
It was. The penalties are
$10,000 for each day of violation, but it said up to.
no. It's not up to. It's $10,000 per day for each day. Ad is in violation publicly displayed.
Oh, so it's just only during deception? I got both here on the line on 212. Regular G for each day. A fine of up to $10,000 may be imposed for engaging in an unfair or deceptive practice.
You're reading something else. Go to page 212. At
Yes, that's where I am.
212, the top of page 212, second sentence, highlight the penalty for violation of an administrative order enforcing Regulation Z is $10,000 for each day the violation continues.
Yes.
That's
Then
fine.
after that.
Okay, after that, this is something else. A fine of up to $10,000 may be imposed for engaging in an unfair deceptive practice. In addition, a creditor may be liable to the consumer for twice the amount of the finance charge for a minimum of $100 and a maximum of $1,000 plus court costs. These are all additional things that are put in the law, but you don't need to know. For example, you need to know $10,000, right?
$10,000.
All right. We'll highlight this stuff and go over this crap. We'll finish up tomorrow. It's 4:40 now. So I'll finish up with these slides and upload them. And you guys can go after I launch the poll.
Do you know when we'll be done with the class?
After Friday.
It looks like Friday will be done.
I don't know.
I don't
Friday
know.
evening.
No. It's not going past this. Friday, we shall be done because tomorrow we're already at the end of this chapter.
I'll block out next week just in case.
The rest of this chapter we already went over.
I'll block out next week just in case.
So tomorrow we're going over 16, which is a big chapter. We'll be done with 16 and 17 tomorrow, though. Both of those chapters.
I'll block out Monday and Tuesday just in case.
And then we have 18, 19, and 21. 21 seems like a long chapter, but there's like nothing to it. What?
I didn't do the poll earlier.
All
Just
right.
throwing it out there.
Yeah, don't worry about it. No, you're okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
See you tomorrow.
Everybody else
Bye.
answer the poll. Can I
Yeah. Are you doing it? Are you doing it upload? Are you doing it upload?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish the slide and then I'm gonna upload it. I'm gonna finish the
In the
slide.
chat, right?
Huh?
You're gonna upload it in the chat, right?
Yeah, in the drive. Yeah.
All
Thanks,
right, in the chat.
You're welcome.
What I mean, you used to copy it in the chat and then we copy it on our local drive.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put it into the shared drive. You guys can copy these things into your local drives.
Where's the shared drive again?
What's the matter?
I'm looking. Where did I copy this shared drive again? I know I go through it, but
Just put all those links. I told everybody just copy those links and just put them like in a notepad folder for class.
yes, that's what I thought you were gonna do, so I can put it in my notepad and then.
Hold on. I'm gonna upload it all. I'm gonna give it to you right now again. Hold on. You ready? I'm gonna put this in the chat window right now.
All right.
And
Okay.